never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says no to a ceasefire proposal from Hamas, citing total near victory in Gaza. The ceasefire would have been 135 days long and led to the freeing of hostages and an end to the war. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken at the embassy in Jerusalem says the United States is not giving up on the hostage situation.
We have been intensely focused from day one on getting the hostages, all the hostages, back with their families where they belong. And we will keep that focus until we get them back.
The Consumer Price Index is reporting beef and veal prices are up almost 9% in the last year alone, and farmers nationwide are beginning to show concerns. Alan Adams, a cattle farmer from Sandwich, Illinois, tells Fox Business he believes part of what's causing the problem is the dry weather that has impacted the Midwest for the past few years.
Ranchers have liquidated their herds because they didn't have enough pasture. And so consequently, we're forced to pay more, and now that's starting to translate into the grocery stores.
This as McDonald's is reporting they are seeing fewer lower and middle class families as they continue to have to raise prices. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens says the rejected Senate border compromise was something he and his border agents needed to deal with the problem. He adds that the compromise was better than doing nothing.
We're charged with a very dangerous mission, and that mission is supposed to be to keep this country and its people safe from those who want to come in and do it harm. And we can't do that job without the support and the backing of our partners in Congress.
Republicans in the Senate and the House argue the bill doesn't do enough to stop illegal immigration. This is USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says his department will help the NFL secure Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas Sunday and the events surrounding the game. Speaking Wednesday at a briefing in Las Vegas, the Homeland Security Secretary says his department will intercept all threats, physical and digital, to the big game.
Our Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, has conducted vulnerability assessments, multiple planning exercises, and bomb safety workshops with state and local partners.
Proclaiming himself as pro-life Spider-Man, an individual ascended to the Las Vegas Sphere to gather funds for pregnant women. Mason DeChamps shared footage on his Instagram profile showcasing the breathtaking views from the summit of the 366-foot structure.
Hey guys, I'm here on top of the Sphere. I guess they're going to make me go through the top.
He also did something very similar during last year's Super Bowl week. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, has revealed that he will soon release an interview with Russian President Vladimir Putin. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
This announcement follows Carlson being cited numerous times in Moscow over the weekend. Carlson claims Western news media outlets have been peddling biased propaganda about the war between Russia and Ukraine. He says there is more truth to be told on the matter with Putin.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, what do you say? Time to saddle up. Let's get ready to roll. All right, here we go. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Another day. We will kick off a Thursday. Turn the page on the calendar. It will be the 8th day of February. From time zone to time zone, welcome in. Hope your week's going well. We actually start looking toward the weekend. Super Bowl weekend, of course. A lot of folks will be party. Super Bowl parties. How many chicken wings will be sold this weekend? It's in the hundreds of millions. It's unbelievable numbers. Hadn't heard anything about wing prices being up this year. A couple of years ago for the Super Bowl, remember the prices were through the roof? Had the avian flu thing going on that year, but... All right, what do we have? I'm Steve Summers. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Secret Bunker here in southwest Ohio. Yet again, another rainy night in Los Angeles. It's the latest in the train of storms impacting Southern California. At this hour, still another batch of fairly heavy rain coming into L.A. Get to the higher elevations east of L.A., north and east. It's snowing. Areas between L.A. to Bakersfield, higher elevation snow. Not nearly as much precip on the map as we've seen much of this week. The rest of the country, where it's been very quiet for mostly the eastern two-thirds of the country, finally seeing some precipitation. We've got some rain from International Falls, a line stretching right through from north to south. Minnesota rains down to Sioux City, Iowa. A separate area of showers. Pierce, South Dakota, extending all the way down into northeast Colorado. Another batch of lighter rain right through the heart of Kansas. A little bit of rain, off and on shower activity through central and west central Oklahoma as well. But how about the warmer temperatures? I am showing 45 degrees outside the Secret Bunker tonight. That's not bad. We're still in the dead of winter here, early February. Meanwhile, folks in the southeast, you've been basking in the sunshine. How about those warmer temperatures? I mean, we were talking pushing the 70-plus degree mark. The ongoing break from the wet weather and the clouds in the southeast, that's going to be coming to an end pretty soon. Between late week into early next week, stormy patterns going to return, bringing rounds of rain, soaking rains, as a matter of fact. We've got an area of high pressure that's kind of anchored over the southeast through at least the day ahead, Thursday. So another day of dry weather, clear, sunshine-filled skies. However, the high pressure begins to shift eastward off the coast by Friday. So folks along the Gulf Coast in the southeast, take advantage of the warmer temperatures over the next day or two. New Orleans, Mobile, Alabama, highs in the 70s. Now, we're talking up to 10 degrees above typical temperatures for this time of year. By early next week, though, highs are going to be, at both locations, dropping back to the lower 60s, closer to where you would typically be. First chance for some rain arrives in areas of eastern Texas, starting later today, as a matter of fact. Thursday, as the cold front sways southward from the northern plains. Showers can spread across the Mississippi Valley as that boundary advances eastward on Friday. Winds out of the Gulf will help bring moisture into the southern states by Friday night into Saturday morning. That pattern's going to set up the stage for a storm packed with rain, even a few thunderstorms across the southeast. Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock could pick up. It's not going to be a big deal. A couple of tenths of an inch of rain on Friday. That initial round of showers all pushes through the region along with the cold front. But rounds of rain and storms over the weekend could bring some impacts. It looks like a wet weekend ahead along the Gulf Coast. From the Carolinas on over to the southern portions of Texas, Louisiana, could be talking repeated downpours right through the weekend into maybe at least Tuesday of next week. Now, between Saturday and Tuesday, some of those rainfall numbers from eastern Texas to North Carolina could approach maybe up to 3 inches for some, even some locally higher amounts where you have thunderstorms developing. Still a little too early to rule out the severe weather potential, but looks like the risk with this storm will be lower, according to AccuWeather. Yeah, there will be enough moisture to bring some soaking rain and thunderstorms and maybe some flash flooding, but the storm could track one of two directions as we head through the weekend. You got one staying closer to the coastal areas, which could bring a swath of maybe, snow to the northeast. Yeah, you had to figure you're not done with old man winter just yet, right? Meanwhile, of course, the heavy rains that have been pummeling Southern California, the mudslides for days now, it's a crappy mess, literally. Millions of gallons, they say, of raw sewage to spew from the sewer, the connections across Los Angeles County, flowing into some of the coastal waters off Long Beach and San Pedro. according to health officials, as communities throughout the LA basin cope with mud flows, power outages, flooding. Sanitation crews struggling to contain multiple sewage spills, sending waste flowing down major streets into the storm drain systems, leading to environmentally sensitive areas, Cabrillo Beach and the Port of Los Angeles, among other locations. It's pretty unusual, the amount of rainwater leaking into the county sewer system, causing more flow than some of the sewer pipelines can handle, according to the sanitation district. Earlier this week, Tuesday, sewage escaped through manhole covers near the port of Long Beach, about 20 miles from downtown L.A. Monday, a far larger spill occurred in the unincorporated community of Rancho Domingo, about 10 miles north of Long Beach. They're estimating 8 million gallons overflowing manholes streaming into storm drains that empty into the channel. So what a mess. When the storm dumped more than 4 inches of rain in L.A. by Monday, they said some stretches of the sanitation district's 1,400 miles of sewer lines were backed up with water pouring through openings in the manhole covers. Now, all this is ultimately, especially when it gets into the storm drains, that's the water that ultimately dumps out into the ocean waters. The Los Angeles Department of Public Health has issued an ocean water closure that is in effect until they get sampling results indicating bacteria levels meet health standards. Stay out of the water is the word, right? County health officials advise beach users avoid all water contact, especially near discharging storm drains, creeks, and rivers because of the higher levels of bacteria, obviously. But yeah, raw sewage, that is the proverbial crappy mess, if you know what I mean. Well, Jacob checks in first out of the box. Hello, Mr. Summers and the Overnight Drive crew. Larry says, good afternoon, hammer down. 34 degrees, Platkill, New York. Here goes round number 3 to Schenectady. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. Orlando, turnaround number 2, 40 degrees at this hour. Hello, Rockpit. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, clouds 35. Happy Thursday, all you hard-working Americans. Good to join you for the overnight drive. And thank you, Hotshot Secret. Everybody watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy your night. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and somewhere deep beneath the earth's crust, the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker, Mr. Summers, throwing the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane, because the overnight drive is hammered down. There you go. Hit those digits, 844-844-3388. Be a part of the program. We got us a convoy, 5-7, in the middle of the pack. Right next to Lobster's Wiener Dogs. Hot dog. 41 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Setbacks. Throw another log on the fire. Heat up that cup of joe, or do like Big Ed. If you can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? Good to have you with us, Pappy. Hope your week's going well. Probably getting close to a few days off, aren't you? There's 5-7. Copy the mail. Marianne says, good morning, everybody in the house. Hello to the Dipsy driver from Lily and Darla, the fur babies. Good morning to Buckeye Boy, Millie Gilligan, the Michigan Madman. Checking in with all our friends. Gilligan, speaking of which, hello. Steve, fellow listeners driving under the stars, Roanoke, Virginia. It's another cool night, 31 degrees, but everybody keep it shiny side up there. Truck and Troy Link, good morning, overnight drive crew, and Steve-O checking in from Homer, Michigan. Everybody have a great day. Buckeye Boy, what do we got? Amarillo, Texas tonight, where it's 45 degrees. I was able to get my pickup in Albuquerque with no problem. It was a nice drive up from Las Cruces. No problems with any weather. And I was able to make some good time. Should be home sometime, maybe Friday, if all goes according to plan. There you go. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And one more. Hello from Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. 40 days till the first day of spring. Got the regular run tonight. Now, thoroughly enjoying this milder weather out there. I wish winter could stay warmer than normal for the rest of the season. We're kind of cloudy, a bit breezy, but 50 degrees at the midnight hour. Rolling I-71 in the Bluegrass State.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Couple of other friends checking in. Steve Sexton says, enjoying the show while in Honolulu. Must be nice. You dirty dog. Hello to Timothy. Good morning. It's a chilly 30 degrees here in Rocky Mount. All right, yeah. Super Bowl weekend. Here it comes. Everybody's in on it, right? Kansas City Chiefs headed to Las Vegas with a chance for a rare repeat facing the San Francisco 49ers in a Super Bowl rematch from 4 years ago. Hundreds of millions of people across the world will tune into the big game Sunday, including many in the trucking industry. According to a new survey released by TruckStop, nearly 60% of carriers will take time to watch the big game. Survey says 24% of carriers will change their driving schedule to ensure they're able to watch the game. A total of 61% believe Kansas City will win the game. 39% say it's San Francisco. Close to 20% of carriers are unfortunately driving during the big game. However, not all intend to listen to the game on the road. About 5% of truck stop carriers indicated they'll be hauling items specifically designated to support the big game. Cardell Stewart of Stewart Transportation, LLC, says, I've already taken 3 generators out to Las Vegas and probably going to be taking more. When I saw the stadium's address on the truck stop load board, I jumped at the chance to haul for the big game. This is the first time I've seen the stadium open and not actually under construction, which had been for such a long, long time, right? Meanwhile, there are no known threats to the big game Sunday. But obviously, security will be tight. Officials held a press conference this past day. Yeah, that played out at the same time. Somebody was scaling the Sphere there. A publicity stunt, according to police there. But to be clear, there are no known, credible, or specific threats to the game in Las Vegas at the time, but we are vigilant and are prepared, according to the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, who just survived an impeachment vote in the House on Tuesday. Made his comments as someone was actually reaching the top of the 366-foot-tall sphere there in Las Vegas. The Las Vegas police say they told me this is an individual that's climbing the building for publicity. It was actually a fundraiser, as he put it. As this press conference was ongoing, he said he's currently at the top of the building. We're going to get him down. Of course, Taylor Swift could be among the 65,000 in attendance at the big game. Either way, Mayorkas said security will be extremely tight. This event carries the Special Event Assessment Rating designation. When there's an additional celebrity who might bring more attention, we're already at a heightened state of vigilance in fulfilling our responsibility, just like we do for every single game. Of course, Las Vegas was the site back in October of 2017, right? As the gunman opened fire on concert goers from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay. I remember very well because I was covering that live that night. 58 people ultimately killed in that initial attack, deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history. Now, local police say their department has learned a lot of lessons. We have a number of security measures that we implement with our security partners ahead of every event, including this one. Obviously, we're not going to divulge all the details, but yeah, the guy calls himself the pro-life Spider-Man. Pro-life Spider-Man. That's the guy that scaled the Las Vegas Sphere yesterday ahead of the big game. We're doing this today to raise money for a mother named Isabel. Now, from the top of the Sphere, he said, this Isabel is homeless. She's pregnant, and she needs help, guys. So go over to letthemlive.org. L.A. police said that officers arrested him as he came down from the Sphere. Sphere Entertainment did issue a statement to police reporting that the Las Vegas Review-Journal were grateful for the local authorities for their support, and the individuals involved are currently in the custody of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Don't know what his penalty is going to be, but yeah, there's several folks that do these kind of stunts around the country. Very dangerous. I mean, there was one of these guys last year that was nearing the top of a building. I can't remember which one it was, but lost his footing, and that's a pretty hard landing from 30, 40 floors up, right? Yeah, he did not survive. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. We'll get to your calls coming up here. Tell you what, let's just jump right on in. Horse Feathers is on board. What's going on out there?
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. So what is that you say when people do something like that? You play stupid games, win stupid prizes?
Correct.
Yeah. Anyway, so can I ask why a homeless woman is pregnant, or am I not allowed to do that?
I have no idea. It's those kind of things happen, I suppose.
Yeah, but if you're going to do that and have the possibility of being pregnant, wouldn't you want to have a place to, I don't know, live? I don't know. Just a thought, Your Honor. I don't know. Anyway, so strolling across a few things there, we found that CMT is going to do a tribute for Toby Keith there tonight, 8 o'clock there on their TV station. And I know DirecTV carries it, channel 327. I don't know where everybody else gets to watch it at, but we got that for right now until we get internet, and then now that's going away. But so anyways, I don't know how to say this without sounding cynical and criticizing, but the show was half an hour, Your Honor.
What's that?
Do the tribute for Toby Keith on CMT
really?
It's a half an hour. It's a half an hour.
30-minute.
I mean,
tribute.
can they spare the time? I mean, can they take so much time out of their schedule to give a tribute to somebody that was done so much for country music and the American people and supported the American soldiers and just, I mean, the guy was 62 years old. Do you think you could, I don't know, maybe come up with maybe 2 hours worth of material?
He's got a ton. They could play a ton of songs. Hell yeah.
Well, Sirius satellite radio here, they've been going nonstop on the one station since I don't know when. I mean, it was there this morning. It's still there tonight. And they're playing all his music all, right straight in a row. They're not even having commercial breaks or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But CMT, the best they can do for a tribute for Toby Keith is a half an hour. And they're going to have commercials in it, I'm sure. So what does that cut it down to, like 20 minutes?
Good question. Yeah, wow.
I don't know. I appreciate them doing it, but I think they could do a lot better. So I don't know. Maybe somebody else out there is doing something more. At least on the satellite there. When I'm not listening to you, I've been able to listen to that.
Probably been hearing plenty of his tunes, right? Hey, we got to pause there. It's time for a quick news break.
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson acknowledged that Tuesday night's unsuccessful impeachment attempt of Alejandro Mayorkas was a mess, but he expressed readiness to try again.
We have a duty and a responsibility to take care of this issue. We have to hold the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security accountable.
A handful of Republicans diverged from party lines and opposed the impeachment of the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. 5 Marines are still missing following the discovery of a Marine helicopter that went missing in California. That helicopter, which was reported missing Tuesday night, was found in Pine Valley, just over 40 miles east of San Diego. Master P and Snoop Dogg are initiating legal action against 2 food retailers alleging they are preventing the sale of their cereals. They assert that Post and Walmart have collaborated to sabotage their agreement to distribute Snoop cereal and Mama Snoop. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. Lines available. That's the number to call, 844-844-3388. All right, during the break, I pulled up CMT. CMT remembers Toby Keith. To honor the late country legend, it premieres tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. All right, so Thursday night it premieres. They rerun it Friday at 9:30, Saturday 9 p.m., Sunday at noon, and again at 5:30 p.m. Now, we will celebrate the extraordinary life and career of the legendary Toby Keith, one of the country's biggest stars who lived a life as colorful as the songs he wrote. The half-hour special features standout performances, exclusive interviews, and special moments spanning the past several decades of his career. So it is indeed a 30-minute special. Now, they go on to say CMT will also air 1 full hour of Toby Keith music videos on Friday, February 9th, beginning at 8 a.m. Additionally, regular rotations of his most memorable videos will air on CMT Music Channel throughout the week. This weekend's CMT Hot 20 Countdown, which would be Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. respectively, both days, will feature exclusive content from Toby's entire career, from his first interview with CMT to in the early 90s to his final sit-down with Cody Allen, alongside some of his most memorable CMT performances and moments, inside stories from his biggest hits, plus reactions from friends and peers in the country music industry. So the Hot 20 Countdown, I guess they'll be doing, a lot more than just a 30-minute special, I guess. But, yeah, the special is indeed a 30-minute deal. So,
yeah, I was pretty surprised when I went to the guide to set it to record that it was a half hour. And as you said, they're going to do interviews and life content and, by the time they get done starting to talk about it, they're going to have to stop.
Yeah. You can't squeeze much in 30 minutes for sure.
No. I mean, we know what a half-hour segment is on this show, and the nonsense that gets said in that. But as I say, and if they have to do any commercial break in between there, then there's you're going to be lucky to have 20 minutes of show about it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just being cynical, Your Honor. Maybe I expect too much. But anyways, so I don't know what else we got going. Ain't got a whole lot going. All we did was work and sleep. Didn't even hardly turn on the news. Did see the weather's supposed to look pretty good all the way through until I guess we're supposed to have a shower around here in the afternoon on Saturday. But other than that, there's nothing really until Monday going into Tuesday, I guess, next week for us. That one quick one. And if anybody's interested, there is a winter beater car show going to go on at our little Amish market in Shrewsbury that's just north of the Maryland-Pennsylvania state line. It's off exit 4 off 83 in Pennsylvania there. So there'll be a little car show going on there. So that's about halfway between York and Baltimore on the Pennsylvania side. But that's 11 to 3 on Saturday. So if anybody's got a rusty winter beater or something they want to bring out to a car show or go look at a pile of rust, like you can't just do that going down the highway. But anyways, that's what we got going on there. But other than that, everything's kind of quiet there. So I guess the latest news we're hearing on your news there is the deal with the helicopter in California with the 5 Marines that are missing.
Yes.
There much more on that. I mean, what caused that to happen at all?
I mean, they were having a hard time getting to the location. They located it from the air. And, I mean, the update I had from yesterday was having a very difficult, because I guess they had the snow coming in and, more than a foot of snow was going to be falling yesterday.
All right. Well, that definitely makes it difficult. They've had some pretty difficult weather out there the last few days there since the weekend. So, anyways, I guess with that, we'll sit back and see what else you can do with the rest of the show here, and maybe we'll come up with something there to make another comment on there. I don't know, but anyways, I probably said more than my piece already on the one thing. So we'll chat at you later there, Your Honor.
Have a good morning. All right. Yeah, the update from this was from 10:30 this past evening. According to AccuWeather, the Marine Corps helicopter that went down in the mountains near San Diego, it was Tuesday evening, has yet to be recovered due to the relentless rain and snow that continues to pound Southern California. The Marines left from Creech Air Force Base north of Las Vegas Tuesday, lost contact about 11:30 p.m. on their way to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in California. 5 Marines were aboard the CH-53E Super Stallion, which is the largest helicopter in the military designed for rough weather flying. Now, the chopper was located Wednesday morning by civilian authorities searching by air near Pine Valley, a mountain community east of San Diego in the Cuyamaca Mountains. As Wednesday morning broke, a winter storm warning was issued for the mountains outside San Diego with 10 to 14 inches of snow possible by Thursday, according to the local news accounts. Where we've dealt with back-to-back atmospheric river events that have dropped several feet of water in places. There have now been at least 520 mudslides in Los Angeles alone. CAL FIRE made a post on X stating firefighters are assisting with search efforts for the military helicopter reported missing in the area north of Interstate 8 and Kitchen Creek Road in southeast of Pine Valley. Multiple agencies are searching the area covered in snow, making it very hard to access. Now, CAL FIRE said that they're coordinating with the military, the U.S. Forest Service, Border Patrol, and the San Diego County Sheriff's Department and the State Civil Air Patrol. So, no word. Obviously, weather was an issue there. And it was 11:30 p.m. in the darkness. I don't know don't know what happened. But that's what we have at this point in time. Jolly Green Giant checks in here. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Jolly Green was off last night, so I didn't hear your show. But I wanted to comment on what you were talking about, the refurbishing and remodeling of some of the pilot truck stops.
Right.
Now, the Jolly Green does have some experience in this area. What I think they're doing, and some of you guys are going to think I'm crazy. One, I think they're putting in self-serve cash registers. So, yeah, I can imagine you going into a truck stop nowadays and paying your fuel at a self-serve cash register. And I seen one in a Love's truck stop on Interstate 71, about halfway up to Columbus there, about 50 miles north of Cincinnati on 71. And they had self-serve cash registers.
Yep.
Just like Kroger's and Walmart and Myers is doing.
Yep.
Now, I think eventually, maybe these new truck stops are going to do this. Now we're going to have androids waiting on you, robots, because it can't get no one to work these truck stops. I got to be honest with you, it's coming, guys. It's coming. Remember, Jolly Green said it right on this show. We're going to have robots now waiting on us. It's going. It's happening. But I said when I walked in to get my roller dogs, and Gilligan was right, I walked in, my wife and I went in there to get some roller dogs at the Love's truck stop, and I said, I'd be damned if I'm going to stand there, and how am I supposed to scan my roller dogs through this cash register?
Right.
I said, I'm going to get a roller dog at a truck stop, someone's going to wait on me. So that's what I did. I walked up to where there was a woman, and believe it or not, there was only one person waiting on customers in that entire truck stop. Only one. Because they had all these, self-serve cash registers. And I was extremely surprised because I'd never seen one in a truck stop until that day. And that was last year when I seen it. So that's what I wanted to call and let you know. I just wanted to say that I'm glad I've got my act together now. I can listen to your show now. So everything's going good. And I will continue on listening. And I thought I'd call in and comment on what I think Pilot is doing. So either way, I want everybody to have a good night. Be safe. I'm going to be over here at Effingham to do my relay here shortly. And then I'm going to turn around and come back. I will be listening to your show the rest of the night there, Steve. So have a good night, okay?
All right, Jolly Green, thanks for checking in. Yeah, somewhere down the line I can't recall if it was the Loves or the Pilot. Yeah, one of them was indeed talking about installing the self-service checkouts to make things more convenient. Now, we've got so many... many of the big box retailers, your Walmarts, many of them are actually realizing due to the loss, people not being honest and scanning the cheaper item and putting a more expensive item, all the tricks they use, and it's caused an incredible amount of theft. They're actually reverting back away from the self-serve checkouts. And I mean, most of the consumer sentiment out there, most people don't like the self-serve checkout. I have no problem with it if I've only got a handful of items. But I mean, I've literally gone into Kroger. I mean, being a third shift worker, right? I've gone into Kroger at say 6:30 in the morning. There are no full serve checkouts open at the time. I don't think they open at least 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning before they actually open registers. At least that's what I was told. I had gone in to do like our full. I have a full grocery cart full of groceries, and I mean, you want me to self checkout? What a pain in the ass! I don't like the self serve checkouts, but. I digress. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, did we say hello to Stephen from Simi Valley, California, where he said it is a rainy night. There's Jeffrey checking in from Florida. Got out of New York City. Good to have you with us. Talking about the Las Vegas shooting back in 2017. Pappy said my daughter was actually in Vegas that night. You heard the gunshots. She was about a block away. Her and her husband ran to the hotel room while calling me. They were freaking out. I guess so. Yep. Hello to Russell, Dayton, Ohio. Hello, Steve 41 here, back to work. Been with my wife, who was admitted into the hospital on Sunday on my 3 days off. My son stays through the night while I'm working. Then I'll pick him up in the morning, take him back home, and head back to the hospital to be with my wife until I have to go back to work at midnight. And then start the process over again on Friday. Hope everything's well in the secret bunker. Everybody stay safe out there. Make it safely to your destinations. But please keep my wife in your prayers. Everybody have a good one. And take care out there. All right. Hope all goes well. Hope she gets better soon. Whatever the issue is there. Well, there's a name we hadn't seen in a while. Hello, Tom Kelly. In the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, right? Checking in. He said, good greetings to Horthfetter, Steve, and the rest of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive gang from Houston. You're always in our thoughts and prayers. Hope all's going well with you there, Tom. It's been a while, huh? All right, Buckeye Boy, what do we got? He said, I was near Pine Valley Monday. The Loves in Santa Rosa, New Mexico, had some of those self-serve registers, and they were also doing some remodeling there. Okay. Hello, Ernie. What's going on? Good morning, Steve and the trucking family. Yeah, Ernie Froge. Typically, we get to have a family reunion at Mid-America Truck Show in Lewis. It's about the only time of year we all get the chance to hook up. So, Eric, hope all's going well with you. You and Dad going to make it to the show this year? Can't believe it's just over a month away. It's about 9 before the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. Well, Brother Rambler, how we doing tonight?
Oh, praise God, Steve. We're doing wonderful. Am I coming in loud and proud?
You are loud and proud. Yes, sir.
Oh, praise God. All right. Yeah, to answer Jolly's question, you know, how they'll ring up your roller dogs, you do it like they do at the other self-checkout when you go get like a hot deli bar, you know, go get something from the deli, you lay it down, they take your weight, you look up the item and you type in roller dog, and then they'll pay for it right there. Oh man, I love old Jolly, but Steve, he sounds like he's one step away from being that type of cantankerous old man that says, "You kids, get off my lawn." Love you, Jolly. Glad you're back. God should, and by the way, the person that just commented, I missed the name. I'm going to put your wife on the prayer list. My God, brother, God bless you. Most of y'all saw my Facebook and my Instagram post about my sister. I didn't say, exactly what was going on, but I got permission so I can say it now. My sister was diagnosed with muscular sclerosis, and it's very sad because this woman, this beautiful woman, is just she's a health nut. Gym, loves going to the gym. Eats healthy, does everything right, and to get this kind of diagnosis, it's really just took the wind out of our sails.
Wow.
Yeah, and she called me after she left for work. She's a surgical tech also with Providence Hospital in Mobile, Alabama, and I feel like I'm being biased, but God's sure she is one of the best. I mean, highly in demand. I mean, she'll get calls 2:00 in the morning from some doctor that says, "Look, hey, I need you. I need your hands and your expertise." So, and like I said, she's got a battle, but we're going to be praying her head's in the right place. I just keep praying for my baby sister, and I tell you, Steve, what a loss of Toby Keith, man. It's been a long time since I've had a celebrity's death really, really affect me. I mean, we lost Carl Weathers, Apollo Creed. Dylan played Dylan on the Predator movies. But when I got the news, we knew Toby had been sick for a long time with stomach cancer. But when we got the news that he passed away, I ain't gonna lie, brother, I had tears in my eyes. I mean, the amount of work that people like Toby Keith and Charlie Daniels did for our brave men and women in uniform. He really, energized the music that gave us the rallying cry back when we had when we were in Afghanistan and in Iraq. So, yeah, that's just a sad loss. But death is permanent, Steve. Praise God. Death is permanent. And I can tell you right now that up in heaven, they're more alive than you and I are right down here on earth, because the Word of God says in Revelations chapter 21 and in 22, it says the Lord up there in heaven, there's no more tears. He wipes away all tears. There's no more pain, no more sorrow. Praise God for that. No more autoimmune disease. And it just ain't my sister that has autoimmune disease. Steve, we have multiple listeners and probably have callers that battle autoimmune disease every day. You may say, well, what's an autoimmune disease? That could be lupus, Sjogren's, muscular sclerosis, Lou Gehrig's disease, multiple autoimmune disease. And Steve, a lot of the people that listen to us, a lot of God's children that listen to us, on the outside, they look perfectly fine, and that's what the autoimmune disease does. A lot of times you look perfectly fine on the outside, and people are like, well, how can you be so sick? How can you be so wrong? You look like you're so healthy. Well, autoimmune disease, it kills you from the inside. It affects your nervous system, your muscles, and everything like that. Like when I'm, like my wife, example, she has what's called Sjogren's disease, and I know we're coming up on a hard break. You just want to put me on hold, and I'll finish this up when we get back?
Absolutely, not a problem. Yep, let's do that. Yeah, MS. That's not a good diagnosis. It's been a while since I've heard that one, right? All right, so it's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Get back to your calls coming up here. It's kind of odd. The snow map here in the lower 48 is kind of turned upside down in the Midwest this winter, with most of Minnesota in a snow drought, while areas from, say, Wichita, Kansas to Sioux City, Iowa, have seen an unusual large amount of snow. Now, that lack of snow and the general warmth has caused numerous winter festivals to be canceled in the state of Minnesota. They said in some places that the trees are actually already trying to bud. Wow, that's way too early. But we've got much more to come here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson dealing with a failed vote to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Experts called the case for impeachment questionable, saying it was more about policy disagreements than the constitutional standard of treason, bribery, or high crimes and misdemeanors. On top of that, having a vote and losing it by just a couple of yays, that's a tough pill to swallow. Johnson also failing to get enough support for a standalone bill to give billions of dollars in aid to Israel.
We find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
That was the decision from a jury of 12 handed down in Michigan, finding Jennifer Crumbley guilty on 4 counts of manslaughter. Her son Ethan Crumbley killed 4 students in 2021, just days after his mother gifted him a gun with prior knowledge of his mental health issues. The verdict set a huge precedent on whether or not parents of school shooters can be held accountable. Evidence was presented that Jennifer didn't take any kind of action when school officials called the Crumbleys the morning of the shooting after a teacher found Ethan's violent drawings. School officials urged the Crumbleys to take their son home, get him immediate mental health assistance, which they refused. He shot 4 students shortly after that meeting. The judge in the case announcing Crumbley's sentencing would be scheduled for April 9th. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Israel for meetings today to talk about a possible temporary ceasefire in Gaza to release hostages. A proposal was worked out in a meeting last week between Israel, the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar that calls for an extended pause in the war between Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Prince Harry has flown back to the United Kingdom to see his father, King Charles, after he announced his cancer diagnosis. Harry flew overnight from L.A. and arrived in London yesterday around lunchtime to spend just about an hour with his father before the King and Queen consort Camilla flew by helicopter to their country estate. Harry then left for Germany for his Invictus Games without seeing anyone else in the family. A new sports streaming service is about to take over the world. ESPN, Warner Discovery, and Fox Sports will all partner to create a massive new streaming sports network. The service doesn't have a name yet, at least not publicly, but it's scheduled to launch in the fall and will include broadcasts from the NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, and other professional sports leagues. Yes, there will be an app for it. Plus, you will be able to bundle it with Disney Plus, Hulu, and or Max. Coca-Cola trying to get in with the younger crowd with Coca-Cola Spiced and Coca-Cola Spiced Zero Sugar. They both go on sale in the U.S. and Canada on February 19th. Just because it's got spiced in the title doesn't make it spicy, though. Although Coke won't say what spices are in it, it basically tastes like regular Coke, but more intense and with a hint of raspberry. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, what do you say? 1 hour down. They got a long way to go as we make our way into a Thursday, 8th day of February. Okay, get right back to the calls here. Left off, we were chatting with Brother Rambler, and the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say.
That is correct, sir. Man, I tell you what, that's another American icon I definitely miss is hearing Paul Harvey and his news. But no, we were talking about autoimmune disease, Steve, and how so many people, suffer with this, and you look at them on the outside. You know, when rheumatoid arthritis, that's another autoimmune disease. When it starts, you know, it don't cripple you immediately, but people feel the effects of it in their hands, joints, and fingers. And, you know, a lot of people will just look at someone that is suffering with an autoimmune disease and call them a hypochondriac, or look at them and say, well, you look perfectly fine, you look good, but really, they're really not.
Right.
The outside appearance is one thing, but if you can feel what they're going through on the inside, it's totally different. So, you know, just because someone looks good on the outside, you know, they're literally dying and in pain on the inside. And, you know, that's why, Steve, you know, I sit up here and I pray for folks, you know, because it's, you know, there are people that suffer with autoimmune disease, there's people that suffer with diabetes and, you know, other ailments that, you know, medical medicine and modern medicine is not going to be able to ever treat. But I know a man who can treat it. That's my Lord Jesus Christ. And that's where my faith is at. That's where my sister's faith is at. That's where my wife's faith is at, is in our Lord Jesus Christ. So praise God for that. But wanted to let y'all know, and by the way, glad to see Tom Kelly checking in. We have not heard from him in a long time. So good to see Tom Kelly from the Shadows of the Johnson Space Center checking in. But I want to remind you that we are having church this Sunday. And have you ever asked yourself, you know, why does God allow diseases and why does God allow this stuff to happen? If God is so big and so huge and he has such a huge heart, if he loves us, why does he allow it to happen? If you ever ask yourself that, well, God's got an answer. Tune in at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. God has an answer for your question. And we'll be happy to see you. I want to remind you again that this summer, between the month of July and August, we will be having an old-fashioned water baptism. So if you're from out of state and you want to come on down, gives you plenty of time to come down. And also, March 31st is Easter Sunday. Praise God, when our Lord and Savior rose from the dead and told old death, "Where's thy sting?" and "Grave, get thee behind me." So praise God. That's March 31st. We'll be having our service right there as well, Easter Sunday. Praise God. And other than that, Steve, I ain't got too much more to say. I want to just say that I love you all out there. Remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and y'all take care. God bless you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you very much, Brother Rambler. Good to hear from you, as always. All right. So it's 844-844-3388. Maybe I mentioned the snow map is kind of upside down this year. The lack of snow canceling dozens of winter festivals in the state of Minnesota. In Adena, the trees, they say, are budding, though, and the spring allergy season has started early. Wichita has counted 14.3 inches of snow so far this season. Minneapolis has received a paltry 7.2, about 2 feet below where their normal average would be by this time of year. The city has not had a day of snow over 1 inch since Halloween. And no snow at all has fallen in Minneapolis since January 13th. Now, even Nashville, Tennessee has seen more snow than Minneapolis. Nashville has seen 7.6 inches versus the 7.3 in Minneapolis. It's not just Minnesota that's having an early spring. Much of northern Wisconsin, parts of Michigan, and parts of the Ohio Valley picked up very little snow this winter. Warm air has been abundant. Flowers, they say, have already begun to blossom in Lafayette, Indiana. High soil temperatures nearly a month ahead of schedule. Now, despite a couple of snowstorms in January, there's very little snow left east of the Rockies. Snow cover for February 7 is at a record low, since records began about 20 years ago. Most of the East is still below normal for snowfall year-to-date. New York City, 14.4 inches down. Boston, 18.3 inches under average. Marquette, Michigan, Erie, PA, Syracuse, New York. Some of the favored lake effect snow belts are more than 50 inches below normal. Now, you combine all those deficits in the continental U.S., make it the second least snowy season since 1974. Now, in Alaska, the opposite is taking place, with both Anchorage and Juneau nearly 50 inches above their historical averages so far this season. Now, will the snow drought in the Midwest improve anytime soon? AccuWeather says probably not. There's a couple of weak storms that'll move through next week. Not likely to be more than just maybe some snow showers involved. There's the potential for a storm to bring some accumulating snow at the end of next week or the start of the following weekend. That would bear watching over the next week or so, but undoubtedly the lack of snow. But they told us as we were headed into the winter months, this is an El Nino winter. And that's regions of the country that typically see much less snowfall during an El Nino winter. Good morning, Lone Ranger.
Good morning, Steve. Well, as we predicted the other night, the border can't be closed, and it's Trump's fault. It's the Republicans' fault that they can't close the border.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've been hearing for 3 years that we have a secure border. So how come the border has been secure for 3 years, but when it comes to an election year, now it's not secure?
Yep.
And the Democrats want to secure it, but they can't because the Republicans won't give them any money. I wish the Republicans would open their mouth, have a news conference, and say, look, it doesn't take any money to secure the border. It only takes a ballpoint pen. And if you're going to criticize Republicans on the issue of the border, you must have a short memory, and you must not watch the news, or you either don't watch the news, or you watch the news that's spun on CNN, MSNBC, and all the rest of them, because they don't report everything. They leave out anything that makes the Democrats look bad. So a thinking person knows that it was a Republican president that gave us the most secure border in 40 years. And currently, it's a Republican governor who's doing the job that the Democrat president is supposed to be doing, which is protect the citizens and protect the border. And it's against the Constitution for him not to do so. It's called dereliction of duty, and it's impeachable, but nobody has the cojones to do it. But the Republican governor secured Eagle Pass, which was where thousands of people per day were coming across. So he defied. Oh, and by the way, the Democrats that say they want to secure the border have sued the governor of Texas for trying to secure the border.
Correct.
I wish they would say that every single day on the news. So now you got the Republican governor. He put up the shipping containers, put the barbed wire on top of them. He got help from other states, state police, National Guard. 25 other governors are willing to help him, and some of them did already. So now the 3,000 to 4,000 per day that they were averaging has gone down to single digits, single numbers. In fact, one day they had one person cross, one, where they had 3,000 to 4,000. And then Creepy Joe gets up there and blames it on Republicans and Trump. And we're seeing on the news what happens when you build a wall, even out of barbed wire and shipping containers. Same people said walls don't work. So now, in this newest bill that failed, there was some money to build more of the wall. So we have to go back into our memory bank again. Not too long ago, Creepy Joe had his people cut holes in the fence, and he said the reason they cut holes in the fence that was already built was to help the migration of the antelope. Do you remember that?
Right.
Now, when did the Democrat Party become that concerned about the migration of an antelope? How damn stupid do they think people are? So I think, I was trying to figure out how there can be one person left that supports this guy. I mean, this guy is a walking disaster. He's mentally impaired. He's physically impaired. The guy's totally shot. But there's still people that say he's doing a good job. So I looked, I said, you know what? These people, there's only about half the population that votes. I think it was 150 million or something like that the last time. So I'm thinking, how can there be that many stupid people? So I looked around. CNN has 500,000 and change in viewers. MSNBC, 500,000. MSNBC has 700,000 and change in viewers, and Fox News has 1.7 million viewers. So if you add 700,000 and 500,000, you get what, 1.2 million? So you've got that many people that are uninformed. And I think that's where the stupid people come from, because they don't know what's going on, because it's not reported. So here we are. It's the Republicans' fault. And everybody that has an IQ higher than their shoe size knows better than that. So it all comes down again, like I said the other night, to how many stupid people there are. Now, the other topic I wanted to look at is these illegals that beat up the cops in New York. They escaped, hopped on a bus. Supposedly they caught him in Phoenix, but it turned out not to be them.
Really? I didn't
catch that.
I didn't catch that. I thought they got him in Phoenix.
Yeah. They're still on the loose. Now, well, they got one of them. One of them they had detained. But the rest of them are still looking for. But now, what I'm getting to here, everything that they do with illegals, whether give them free health care, free phones, free food, free lodging, it's all taxpayer money.
Mm-hmm.
So now, because Alvin Bragg, the DA in New York, Soros-backed, anti-cop, he had them and he let them go. In my opinion, now I worked for a company. I was laid off from my good job, and I worked for a crappy company hauling a flatbed one time, and we had tarps. So the owner of the company says to me, now, you have to know something. You work here. If you lose a tarp, you have to pay for it. And I said, if that's the rule, that's the rule. I said, but keep in mind that if I lose a tarp and I buy you a new one for $800, I want the receipt so I can write it off as an expense, for my employment. Oh, you won't get the receipt. I said, well, then I won't. I said, in other words, you want me to give you $800 and then you're going to buy it, and you're going to take that receipt for $800 and you're going to write it off as your expense. So you're going to get paid twice. So I didn't take the job.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm getting at is this Alvin Bragg, I wish they would take the money out of his pay that it's going to cost to get these people back, if they catch them from wherever they are. They should take that money out of his pay, because it was his doing that let those people escape. Now, the governor of New York, she's all upset, or at least she's acting like she is. And she said that, they're not going to get away with it. She has the authority to fire Alvin Bragg.
Right.
If she really cared, she would fire him. She has the authority to do it. So it's all a big charade is all it is. She's acting like she's concerned. Again, it's an election year. So now, the other topic we're going to look at, by the way, Creepy Joe forgot the name of the number one terrorist group we're dealing with right now, Hamas, in a speech. I'm sure you saw that. A reporter had to tell him the name that he couldn't think of. He couldn't think of Hamas. This guy is totally gone. He's in the outer limits somewhere. The pressure is on Boeing now with these planes, and I guess they talked to some employees. The employees say that they're pressured to produce so much work per day to get these planes out the door, get the orders filled. That door that fell off had 4 missing bolts. And now they're thinking maybe these employees are being rushed and they're just letting stuff go to keep up the productivity. So that's another story. Now, we keep hearing how the economy is terrific. Oh, everything is great. Stock market setting new records. Things are great. Well, here's how great things are, Steve. Credit card debt just set a new record. $1.13 trillion in credit card debt as we speak. People are buying groceries with credit cards. People have depleted their savings. Delinquency in payments is up 50%. Household debt is 17.5. I forget if it was. Anyway, household debt is way up. And people are spending money. That's why it looks good. People are spending money. But the attitude of some of the people is they're living for the moment. They think things are so bad, they might as well just live it up before things fall apart. That's kind of a stupid attitude, but that's what they reported. Bud Light is trying to recreate themselves. They're trying to get macho. So they paid $14 million for a 60-second ad in the Super Bowl, and it's supposed to be about as macho as you can get, trying to recreate themselves. I don't think it's going to work, but whatever. The Middle East, this thing with Iran, they said that Iran is a week away from having enough uranium to build a nuclear bomb. And all this thing with the Houthis and all these other proxy fighters is their way of distracting America from paying attention to what they're doing.
Correct.
So we're playing games with all these Houthis and whatever else you want to call them. We're bombing empty warehouses. We're letting them know ahead of time so they can get out of there and not get killed. Meanwhile, Iran is going full speed ahead, and we're all distracted with these proxy groups. So now they tried to make a deal. Hamas wanted to make a deal. They have 138 hostages left, and now they reported that 30 of them are dead. Now we're talking in the hostage group, you got children, you got elderly people, you got women who have mostly been raped. And Netanyahu is not going to give in because he said all they're doing is asking for time to regroup. They want to have a truce so they can regroup. And as soon as they get regrouped, they're going to start all over again. So he's not going to go with it. But of course, Biden looks at everything through rose-colored glasses. He thinks if you're nice to people, they'll be nice back. He has no clue. Now, there's something else we've got to think about with these illegals. We know that they're trying to fill the country up with as many people as they can before the next president comes in, because the people they're bringing in, for the most part, would vote Democrat.
Correct.
As a way of saying thanks to Joe Biden. But there's another thing you got to look at. Every 10 years we have a census. And the census counts illegal aliens. They count the number of people in the country, regardless of whether they're a citizen or not, the number of people. Now, in a state, how many delegates you get for the Electoral College for votes depends on your population. That's why California and New York have the most, because it's most densely populated. So now, if they bring in 20 million illegals, that's 20 more million people in the United States, and if they can distribute them to different states, the states that they distribute them to will get more representation in Congress, because you get more representatives depending on your population, and they'll get more electoral votes. So if they fill up the blue states, if they fill up California and New York, there's a good chance they would get enough representation to take over the House of Representatives, because there's only a two-person. Republicans only have it by two people. So that's another part of this plan that you don't hear too much about. They want to get more representation so they can take over the House of Representatives. This deal that they canceled, they were acting like 5,000 illegals is okay. Well, we'll stop at 5,000. That's enough. Steve, one is too many. It's illegal to come into this country without proper paperwork. And again, all he has to do is get out his ballpoint pen, bring back everything that Trump had, and, stay in Mexico. They're making him he was making them apply for asylum in their home countries. And then you had the Abraham Accord, which was a program that was going to get Israel, Judaism and Islam, they were going to have kind of a truce and get along, the Arabs and the Jews, which never got along. That was close to happening. And then Biden canceled that out too. So a ballpoint pen that costs about 10 cents is all it takes to secure the border. But he won't do it because he can't give Trump credit. He needs to make Trump look bad, just like he did the last time, because he has nothing to offer as a candidate. So they have to try to destroy his opponent. It's all dirty politics. Nothing else. California, all the people that think it's cool to have a house on the side of the hill don't think it's cool anymore because the rain's washing their houses off the hill.
Right.
So they got a big mess going on. In fact, we got the storm right here. It came over here last night. The three that voted against, there's 3 rhinos voted against impeaching Mayorkas. They should have their names plastered all over the place every single day in the news. That's the problem the Republican Party has. They don't stick together. There's always a few, upset people that just can't go along with the crowd. They're trying to make a name for themselves. So 3 of them made asses out of themselves. That Mayorkas should have been gone a long time ago.
Right.
But 3 of them, 3 turncoats, said no. So anyway.
And the plan is, I think, to bring back another vote next week when Steve Scalise is back on Capitol Hill. But
USA News Update. 5 Marines are still missing following the discovery of a Marine helicopter that went missing in California. The helicopter was found in Pine Valley Tuesday night, just about 40 miles east of San Diego. It was conducting a training flight from Creech Air Force Base near Las Vegas. Proclaiming himself as pro-life Superman, a man climbed the Las Vegas Sphere on Wednesday to gather funds for a pregnant woman. Mazan Deschamps shared footage on his Instagram profile.
Hey guys, I'm here on top of the Sphere. I guess they're going to make me go through the top.
Deschamps executed a comparable stunt in Phoenix during last year's Super Bowl week. Southern California is bracing for more rainfall and mountain snow this afternoon and into tonight. The area is still grappling with the aftermath of a Pineapple Express system that brought record-breaking precipitation and triggered nearly 500 landslides. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, right back where we left off there with Ranger. One of those Republican congressmen who voted against impeaching Mayorkas, I guess he was informed yesterday that he may face a primary as a consequence to his vote. Now, we know the House voted Tuesday night, failed in their attempt to impeach Mayorkas. You had Representatives Blake Moore of Utah, Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin, Tom McClintock of California, and Ken Buck of Colorado. Those are the four that voted with the Democrats. Let's see. Mike Gallagher's political career should be over. We will work with the Patriots in Wisconsin's 8th district to primary him, just like Langford. We have no room for these people who cover for traitors like Mayorkas. Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA posted that this past day, referencing Republican Senator James Langford of Oklahoma, who was one of the Senate Republicans who actually had a hand in negotiating this bill. Mayorkas has faithfully implemented Biden's open border policies and helped create the crisis on the southern border, according to Gallagher in a statement. But the proponents of impeachment failed to make the argument as to how this incompetence meets the threshold for impeachment. Many were outraged by Gallagher's statement there. In an op-ed published in the Wall Street Journal, Gallagher said Mayorkas has been a disgrace in his job, but he said incompetence does not rise to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors. I disagree with my Republican colleagues who voted to impeach Mr. Mayorkas. impeachment not only would fail to resolve Biden's border crisis, but it would also set a dangerous new precedent that could be used against future Republican administrations. Arguing that if we remove Mayorkas, Biden just replaces him with somebody who does the same thing. Gallagher said Republicans should learn from and not emulate the mistakes made under the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in the impeachment efforts against Donald Trump. It was a rushed, hyper-partisan process that lowered the bar for what constitutes an impeachable offense. So he's defending his stance. Now, you flip the page, Representative Burkett said, Mayorkas has indeed broke the law. He has repeatedly lied under oath. He lied under oath. That's exactly what they got Richard Nixon for. If you'll remember, they did not convict him of crimes. It's pathological. Mayorkas is pathological. He has stated time and time again, there's no problem at the border. And these people are not coming over the border. Just this week, I met with narcotics people that represent the national organization in my office, and they said 100% of the fentanyl is coming over this border. All hope of forwarding the impeachment is not lost, though. Noting that House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who missed the vote Tuesday, will be back from his cancer treatment, and that'll be next week. And he said, we will pass this. However, Burkett said that he has his doubts that the impeachment will ever be approved in the Democrat-controlled Senate. Undoubtedly, it won't. It'll never be taken up in the Senate, just like H.R. 2, he said, referencing the House bill passed on border reform last week. What about H.R. 2? It's been over there for 6 months. Why isn't the liberal media saying anything about that? He also said to the Senate compromise bill on border reform and war funding for Ukraine, saying that he does like Senator James Langford, the lead Republican on the bill. So the four names I mentioned there, but Gallagher, he may have just kind of sealed his fate. They primary him, remove him from that position there in Wisconsin. What constitutes, Ranger, high crimes and misdemeanor? Last I checked, lying under oath. That to me, I think, would be an impeachable offense.
It is, and if you don't believe it, ask Bill Clinton. That's what happened to him. He didn't get impeached for having sex with Monica. He got impeached for lying under oath.
Correct.
Now, this Gallagher, I got a message for this Gallagher. There's a lot more to Mayorkas than dereliction of duty. He has blood on his hands, and so does Biden. 1,000 migrants died last year trying to make the trip. Some of them drowned. Some of them died on the way. 1,000 of them. 100,000 people have died from fentanyl that came across the border.
Mm-hmm.
Females, 30% of the females, including girls as young as 6 years old, have gotten raped by the cartels. There's 8,500 unaccompanied children missing. They don't even know where they are. They're assuming they've been sex trafficked or they're working in sweatshops. They don't know where they are. So there's a lot more to this than just a dereliction of duty. There's dead people. And there's people that are damaged and injured, and the families of these people that die from the fentanyl deaths are just up in arms. They were at the meeting at his impeachment hearing. They were there, and they were holding up pictures of their dead loved ones. Same with who's that? What's the guy that runs Facebook?
Zuckerberg.
Yeah. Anyway, they had these social media guys at a hearing. And the same thing, the parents of people who died as a result of what happened on social media, being bullied or, being led to suicide, whatever. Even some drugs involved. Some of the drugs were purchased through social media. And one of the senators, I forget his name, Hawley it was, he made Zuckerberg stand up, turn around,
and apologize
to the parents of those dead young people. You should have seen, he got real sheepish. You should have seen the look on his face. But now a couple things I had forgotten about. Here's another thing for Gallagher. This open border isn't just a bunch of Mexicans coming over and getting freebies. There's a lot more to it than that. The ethnic group that is increasing in numbers quicker than any other group,
China,
is Chinese.
Yep.
28,000 have come across illegally that they know of. Who knows how many gotaways? And who's our number one enemy in the world, and the one who wants us gone and wants to take over as the number one world power? I think it's called China. So that'll give something. Gallagher, it was just reported last week. China has amped up its number of hackers. Their idea is that they're probably going to go after our infrastructure and our power grid. They're going to try to shut down our power grid and shut off our water. So they can literally kill us without even firing a shot. That's the number one enemy, and 28,000 of them, and they're all, military age young men. There's no, kids, women dragging little kids, all military age men. Who knows what's on their mind? Who knows what they know? 28,000. The largest increased ethnicity group is the Chinese. So that should give Gallagher something to think about. And another thing on the Middle East, besides being a war zone, but in the Red Sea, you have to remember that there's civilian ships that run through there up the Red Sea to the Suez Canal, because that's the shortcut between the Middle East and Europe. That's why the Suez Canal is there. The alternative route is to go all the way down around the continent of Africa and come back up again. So I was curious what that cost, because there's a company called Maersk, M-A-E-R-S-K.
Mm-hmm.
It's the number one company, or the biggest, I think, that does the shipping containers. Well, they won't send their ships up through there for fear of getting attacked. So they do the route all the way down around Africa. So I thought, gee, that's got to be expensive. Well, here's how expensive it is, Steve. It costs $1 million more to go around Africa, and it takes 10 more days for the same ship to go the same place. So now you've got all these companies getting stuff in these containers. What do you think is going to happen to the price of all the stuff in those containers? Maersk isn't going to eat the $1 million. They're going to pass it on in shipping costs. So then the company is going to get their stuff. It's going to cost them more. And, of course, they're not going to eat it either. So guess who's going to pay the price? That extra $1 million is going to be the consumer, as if prices already aren't high enough. So the lack of courage to do something that's going to hurt Iran is costing us everything. It's just horrible, absolutely horrible. And one more thing here before I go. Sorry to take you so long here, but I just had so much stuff that caught my eye. Speaking of people that are in trouble, there are people using a credit card to pay their mortgage. The credit card is, and the guy who was talking about it bought stock in this company. And the stock went, I think the company went from a value of 30 million to 300 million real quick, because so many people are using this to pay their mortgage. It's called a Bilt credit card. No, I don't know if it's B-I-L-T or B-U-I-L-T. I don't know. I didn't look it up. I didn't have time.
Mm-hmm.
But they're using a Bilt credit card to pay their mortgage. Can you imagine? That's how great the economy is, Steve. And that's all I have. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Well, speaking of the Chinese hackers, we actually learned more about that yesterday. It just comes out Chinese hackers have managed to hide in U.S. infrastructure for up to 5 years. according to federal agencies this past day, potentially allowing them the opportunity to launch a cyber attack against the United States, according to a public cybersecurity warning released this week, compiled by multiple federal intelligence agencies in conjunction with British, Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand agencies. PRC state-sponsored hackers focused on major infrastructure, primarily communications, energy, transportation systems, and wastewater system sectors in the continental and non-continental United States and its territories. The report notes hackers used tactics to make it difficult for the infrastructure companies to notice their intrusion. It also adds their choice of targets and pattern of behavior is not consistent with traditional cyber espionage or intelligence gathering operations. Plus, the U.S. authoring agencies are concerned about the potential for these actors to use their network access for disruptive effects in the event of potential geopolitical tensions and or military conflicts. In other words, when China makes the move on Taiwan, they are going to wreak absolute havoc on this country to keep us out of the fray. Now, that report just about 1 week after the FBI director warned, quote, China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities, if or when China decides the time has come to strike. They're just getting set.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? Back at it with Senor Heatwave here on a Thursday morning. Heatwave, what's going on? Well, it might help if the computer would pick it. Do your thing there. Pick him up. There he is.
There I am. Good morning, Senor.
Morning.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and finish up with what I was talking about before I got so rudely cut off by Mother Nature and the inability to have good coverage with cell phone towers. Okay, Vic was talking about the Panama Canal, and he was surprised, or he did not realize that the lakes are freshwater lakes that are supplying the water to the locks. Yes, the reason why they had to have freshwater lakes is because there is a difference of 6 feet from the high and low tides of the Atlantic and Caribbean side of Panama to the Pacific side. So it's not like the Suez Canal where it's a constant level of water. It's got a high and low tide, and that's the reason why they are dependent upon the monsoon rains to replenish their supply of water so they can continue to move ships in and out. And plus, too, I think, besides the drought that they have been having, I think they have increased traffic through the canal. So, I mean, you know, more traffic, more water, and the more water that's being lost, well, Mother Nature's not replacing it, so there you go. And the canal itself is more north and south than it is east and west. A lot of people think it's just a nice east and west cut, and it's not. It's more north and south, and geographically speaking, it's kind of right in line with D.C. So, you know, if you see Washington, D.C., just drop straight down, and you'll eventually come to the Isthmus of Panama and in the canal zone. The canal zone itself is about 60 miles. And when the Americans ran it, when we run it, we also had a rail system that went along the side of the canal and, you know, stopped at the different villages and whatnot. Or you go all the way to the Pacific side, Atlantic side, turn around and go back the opposite way. So that's about what I had to say on that. I think NOVA was a program on PBS, the Public Broadcasting System, and they are service or whatever the hell that S stands for. And they had a documentary called A Man, a Plan, a Canal, Panama. And that was such an interesting documentary that when they had it on AFRTS for the service people to watch, we actually asked for it 3 times, and it might have been replayed 4 times because it was that popular and it was that interesting.
Wow.
The doors that hold the water back, you have to think about it. The technology back then is not as good as it is today. And they do on occasion clean the locks. So they will pump all the water out from the center. Because there's 3 doors. You have one that holds the water back from the salt water. Then you have one that holds the water back from the fresh water. And then you got one door in the middle. So what happens is the ship will come in at whatever level, say it's from the seaside, and it's going to be higher than the water level that's on the other side of this middle door going toward the lake. So they've got to pump that down to where it's level on both sides, swing the door open, allow that boat to go through, and then they close that middle door. Those doors are heavier than all get up. I cannot remember just how thick they are, but you can go when they got the water drained out. It is said that you can go there inside the lock and swing that door open by yourself. So they got it balanced so well. And inside the control tower of these locks, there is a miniature replica of the lock itself. So whatever the doors are doing, there's gauges and dials that have an arrow that are in sync with whatever the door is doing, if it's swinging open or closing. And it also has the same with the level of the water. It really is a marvel of engineering. So that's how that one works. So if Vic is up, I hope he hears this and looks into it. It really is a great, like I said, a marvel of engineering. Now the lakes themselves, they have what they call peacock bass. Now it's a cross between the native species and the bass that we had shipped over there, and they had asked the Panamanian government if they would mind us putting, largemouth bass, fingerlings or whatever, in the lakes, so that it would make it more of a touristy fishing industry. And of course, the Panamanian government said, no, we don't want none of that. Well, wouldn't you know it? They were flying over the lake, and some of those damn crates accidentally popped open, and all the little bass minnows dropped in that water. And I'm sorry, we shouldn't have done that.
Whoops.
But it makes for an interesting day.
Amazing how those kind of things happen, huh? Just can't believe they opened up right over the lake there like that, though. All right, we're up to news break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The Senate's proposal for border security and foreign aid has been defeated. Wednesday, it fell short of the required 60 votes to proceed in the chamber, primarily due to staunch Republican opposition. Their contention is that the bill lacks sufficient measures to effectively stem the tide of illegal immigration. House Speaker Mike Johnson acknowledged that Tuesday night's unsuccessful impeachment attempt of Alejandro Mayorkas was a mess, but he expressed readiness to try again.
We have a duty and a responsibility to take care of this issue. We have to hold the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security accountable.
A handful of Republicans diverged from party lines and opposed the impeachment of the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. 5 Marines are still missing following the discovery of a Marine helicopter that went missing in California. That helicopter, which was reported missing Tuesday night, was found in Pine Valley, just over 40 miles east of San Diego. It was conducting a training flight from Creech Air Force Base near Las Vegas when it failed to return on time. Proclaiming himself as a pro-life Spider-Man, a man climbed the Las Vegas Sphere to gather funds for a pregnant woman. Maison Deschamps shared footage on his Instagram profile showcasing the breathtaking view from the summit of the 366-foot structure.
Hey guys, I'm here on top of the Sphere. I guess they're going to make me go through the top.
According to sources, the area experienced traffic disruptions while authorities probed the matter. This isn't Deschamps' first daring feat. He executed a comparable stunt in Phoenix last year during Super Bowl week. Southern California is bracing for additional rainfall and mountain snow Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday night. The area is still grappling with the aftermath of a Pineapple Express system that brought record-breaking precipitation and triggered nearly 500 landslides. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Former President Trump is planning to appeal his immunity case all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. USA's Ryan Daniels with the update.
Trump's lawyers argue that a president is immune from most criminal prosecutions due to the nature of the job. Federal prosecutors disagree, claiming Trump's actions after the 2020 election were a breach. This as high court justices are set to decide whether Trump got involved in a planned insurrection or not at that time.
A new sports streaming service is about to take over the world. ESPN, Warner Discovery, and Fox Sports will partner to create a massive new streaming sports network. The service doesn't have a name yet, at least not publicly, but it's scheduled to launch in the fall and will include broadcasts from the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, and other professional sports leagues. Yes, there will be an app for it, plus you will be able to bundle it with Disney+, Hulu, and or Max. Coca-Cola is trying to get in with the younger crowd with Coca-Cola Spiced and Coca-Cola Spiced Zero Sugar. They both go on sale in the U.S. and Canada on February 19th. Just because it's got spiced in the title doesn't make it spicy. Although Coke won't say what spices are in it, basically it tastes like regular Coke, but more intense and with a hint of raspberry. Coke has been experimenting with different flavors, and they think the younger generation will like the combination that they've come up with. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
just like that, we come back, another hour underway. I got a Thursday coming on here. I'm looking at, Jared sent me a couple of photos during the break there. Yeah, Senior Heatwave brought up the peacock bass. Steve, I took my son to Miami to catch peacock bass last year. Pound for pound, one of the best fighting fish. Yeah, they were actually introduced to southern Florida to fight invasive species, and it's actually worked masterfully. Yeah, just thought I'd let you know. All right, that's some nice-looking fish his son's holding up there. Peacock bass. All right, Heatwave, I thought I'd pull you back in to finish up.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I was just thinking, I made it sound pretty easy the way that ships traverse into the locks, and it's really a process. They have to have a boat pilot that's qualified to maneuver these boats to go towards the lock, and then they have two engines, two small tugs engines that are on rails that are on the outside of the lock itself. And if I remember right, the sea level is lower than the lake level, so they have to actually climb up a little bit of a ramp to go from one lock to another. And they do the same thing going back out. So, I mean, it is a process. Now, the peacock bass, if you catch 100 in 4 hours and you have a boat of 4 people, you've had a bad day. I mean, we would catch 350, 400 bass, and then we would have a squadron fish fry. So, yep, that's a good eating fish, and they do fight.
Wow.
The Marine helicopter that went down, I think they call that the Super Stallion.
Yep.
And it is a variant of the H-53. The difference is they have another engine on the aircraft. Now, these engines are pretty damn big. And they have the third engine up there that's kind of offset. I think it's to the co-pilot side, so it'll be offset to the left. And I believe they have an extra blade on the rotor head, which gives it that extra lift. And they have the power to actually, give it the guts to get up and go.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same frame as a Jolly Green Giant, or the Super Jolly Green is what we call them. The Jolly Greens were the H3s. The Super Jolly Green was the 53s, and the Marines went ahead and pulled a bunch of 53s out of the boneyard, and they had another engine put on, the same size as what it already has. So it is a beast. Did you see where the DOJ is not going to prosecute Biden for having
the classified documents? Yes, I saw that. Surprise, surprise, huh?
So
is it not
that means
is it not a two-tier justice
case
system?
Against Trump, yeah. Well, that case against Trump should be dismissed because they've already shown, that they're not going to prosecute someone that's had classified documents from when he was in Senate. I mean, that's a lot of damn years to have classified documents.
Well, documents that he had, and he did not even have authority to possess to begin with. Yeah, Trump, as he said time and time, a president can declassify whatever the hell they want. A senator cannot. So it's just the two-tier justice system.
Yes, it is. And also, when the 3 judges said when he went from government to a citizen, Trump can be tried, you know, as a citizen instead of a public, like, president figure.
Yep.
The other presidents need to be thanking Trump, because if Trump loses this in the Supreme Court, then that means every living president, Carter, Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Biden, at the end of their presidency, when they become citizens again, they are going to be subject to investigations and trials and possibly convictions, depending on what they done. So they better hope Trump can, and his attorneys can sway the Supreme Court to say, hey, look, you know, there are things we have to do that must remain secret, that, you know, we can't divulge in. Because if he loses, then if we didn't have the two-tier justice system, then all of them would be guilty of something. And that's a can of worms I really don't want to have open, or to be nice about it, a Pandora box that you really do not want to have open. So, did you see where, what's her name, Nikki is campaigning in California now?
California?
Heavily.
Really? Okay.
Yes. I've seen that on Fox News. It was kind of like a picture in a picture. They were doing the Marine aircraft incident, and they had Nikki Haley campaigning furiously in California. Now, I don't know. I had thought someone had said Nikki bowed out after she lost to none of the above by 30 points.
No.
So I guess whoever said that was being hopeful. And, you know, it probably would be best if she just said, you know what, screw it. I know Donald is going to be the man of the choice of the Republican Party. But then again, you have to admire her spirit for sticking in there as long as she has got money to spend. I guess you can't take that campaign money with you, and if you don't want the party to put it for Trump, you might as well go ahead and spend all you can, right?
Right.
But, I mean, that's the reason why we have these primaries and caucuses from January all the way through to what, September? So, you know, yeah, it's going to be a two-person election. There's going to be the little bitty scrums and crumbs that are, you know, trying to get something out of it. But it's going to be between Biden and Trump, and there is no way that Biden can campaign on his record, because he does.
Well, I mean, you notice he's not even. I mean, he's bowed out of the Super Bowl interview. I think we all know why. He can't answer simple questions. And if you're going to try to do a live interview, even if you pre-script the questions, he has a difficult time even reading from the teleprompter. Real quick, though, back to Nikki Haley. I mean, the embarrassment factor, as she lost to none of the above in Nevada's primary. I mean, unopposed. If that wasn't enough, Trump now leads in South Carolina. Latest polls have Trump leading in her home state by 37 points. And it will only get worse for Nikki on Super Tuesday, according to the latest Morning Consult poll that was released yesterday. Trump leads Nikki 68% to 31% in her home state. Next stop on the primary calendar later this month. Unfortunately for Haley, our data suggests things will only get worse as she heads toward Super Tuesday, March 5, when conservatives in many states across the country looked primed to head to the polls and deliver a resounding victory for Trump. According to the Morning Consult pollster, of the Super Tuesday states we are tracking, Haley looks best positioned to garner support in Massachusetts and North Carolina at 28% and 23%. It's inconceivable that she would score a victory even there. Trump leads her by 41 points in the Bay State and an even larger 54-point margin in the Tar Heel State. Trump is expected to dominate Thursday's caucus in Nevada. That's today, right? Which will award all of that state's primary delegates. Nonetheless, Haley's campaign is determined to remain in the race, but the data is not kind, even if she's still got money coming in, most of which is actually coming from Democrat and anti-Trump forces. Nikki's vowing to continue her campaign against Donald Trump, at least through Super Tuesday in early March, but state-level Morning Consult surveys suggest that's a fool's errand. You know, the wealthy Republican donors who continue to bankroll her campaign appear to be just as well off setting their cash on fire. The only thing left to do in this race is count the votes, which are sure to show Trump with a lot compared to Haley's relatively few. I mean, she lost by nearly 33 points to none of these candidates, which is ostensibly the Trump vote in Nevada after he declined to register for a contest that does not award delegates, as today's caucus will. It's just downright embarrassing, right? Well, good morning, Pappy. So you think Lone Ranger might be in line for a big cookie this morning?
Yes, sir. That's a great call, man. Steve, how do you lose to yourself? Basically what she did.
Yes.
Man. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Speaking of Nevada, hey man, I remember that night, Steve. The shooting out there in Vegas.
Right.
Do you remember I called you? Because once the daughter got back to the motel room, I told her to get back to your motel room and then call me. And she finally got back. I said, just shut the door. Don't let nobody in you don't know. Just hunker down. And they were FaceTiming me out the window, showing me what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, I said, you want to be on the radio? I said, maybe Steve might want to talk to you, man. You're live right there. So I called you, and I said, do you remember this? I said, Steve, my daughter's in Vegas, man. And you were like, the national, whatever outlet that is. They kind of took over the news for the rest
So
of
you
the
had,
night.
we got to the point. At some point, we went to I think it was ABC Live news coverage for the first couple of hours. I remember distinctly, I had come across a clip of audio that someone had posted on Facebook, and you could hear the gunfire. And I was questioning to the audience, and I said, that sounds like automatic gunfire to me. Doesn't sound like somebody that was just pulled. And based on the number of shots we heard being fired, I remember early on there was just like a couple of people dead. And I said, based on this, these numbers are going to go a whole lot higher. And
Right.
sure enough, they did. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it was a crazy night, man. Yeah, I was working that night. And then, what did you say? The government comes out and tells us that China is infiltrating our infrastructure.
They've been in there. They've been in our systems apparently for 5 years undetected.
Steve, that's old news, man. We've been talking about this for years. Come on, man. Don't they listen to your show? Man. Hey, what was this Republican swamp, really a Democrat? What was his name talking about we don't want to set up president?
Oh.
Why he didn't vote for
McLaughlin, I believe it was.
Man. Steve. Bongino ripped him a new one
I
this
think it was
morning.
Gallagher. I believe Gallagher. I apologize. It was Mike
Gallagher?
Gallagher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man. Bongino laid into him, man. He's like, set a precedent. Jesus Christ. Well, they have already set a precedent, man. They impeached Trump twice with nothing.
Yep.
Arresting him for political thought crimes. He just went on and on and on. And yeah, Rangers called, man. You don't have to litigate everything he just said about why we need to impeach us, man. I mean, he laid it all out. Yeah, you should get the big cookie for the night. Remember me telling you Mayorkas was an immigrant, Steve?
Yes.
Any idea where from?
No, I have no idea.
How about Cuba?
Really?
Yeah, he just came right in and brought all his little communist stuff with him, didn't he? Yes, sir. And remember, I told you that he was on the board of that Hyatt, who has that camp down there, Hebrew Immigration Aid Society. He was on the board of that. What else? Oh, Steve, I don't know how I forgot this. Last night when I talked about what was all in that bill, I forgot to mention, are you ready for this, man? In there, it states that if the president declares an emergency of some sort, of any type for any reason, the D.C. courts have the sole jurisdiction on hearing any filing against such declaration. The president, right?
The D.C. courts. Okay. Yeah.
So let me give you an example. Here's what I was thinking of just a couple hours ago. So let's say Biden declares a climate emergency, right, in all the southern states, and that if you got a chrome-plated cow truck, it reflects too much sunlight, Steve, and causes the temperature to rise in these states. So he's going to outlaw these chrome-plated semi-trucks. And if he does that, you're in Georgia or Florida, wherever he decides to do it, you're not, if you try to file or litigate against it, it has to go to D.C. courts. Do you believe this?
Wow.
You're going to get a fair trial or fair hearing in D.C.? Man, just totally do away with this, like, circuit courts? No, ain't allowed to do that. It's got to be held in D.C. Written in stone. Unbelievable, man. That's what they got, the stuff that they got in this thing, man.
So I guess that's why they use the term negotiating, like that the Republicans and Democrats were negotiating. No, they were scheming on how much they could squeeze into this thing. It took them a long time to get all this crap put in there.
You know, that's one thing Gates was talking about, that these bills that have all this, pork in it, I mean, why can't we just have one bill focused on one thing and vote on it? Why do we got to have one bill, 1,000 pages long, dealing with so many different topics that you can't even get to read about? They give you 24 hours. Remember that old statement by Nancy Pelosi? I don't know, we're going to have to pass it to see what's in it.
Mm-hmm.
These people, man, are morons. And we were talking about natural gas, Steve. Biden wanted to shut down the natural gas exploitations. Well, they done it in the Netherlands. One of the number one food places that we... Did you hear that? I guess there's a natural gas company in the Netherlands. Shut them down. Can't have you producing any of that natural gas. Steve, I think it was Horse Feathers a while back was talking about what all natural gas can be used for. You know, when we've been talking about, listen, they're trying to shut these farmers down. The lack of ammonia nitrates, right? So natural gas is used to make ammonia fertilizer.
Right.
You take out the hydrogen. I know a little bit about fertilizer because it's used to make explosives with too. But anyway, so you take out the hydrogen and you combine some nitrogen with it to process, and you make ammonia. That's what they're using, Steve. This is how they make ammonia sulfate and ammonia nitrate for the fertilizer for these farmers. It's just another way of them shutting down fertilizer. So even if the farmers could farm, they don't have the fertilizer to put in the ground to make the crops grow.
Right. The yield would be half.
Yes. Steve, I mean, when you think of it, I mean, what Ranger just said about the deaths that have occurred, these people are evil, man, to allow this to happen, to starve people to death, causing this migration throughout the whole planet. Now we got the government finally coming clean. Man, they might try to shut the power down.
Right. Lo and behold, like, well, we didn't see that coming. Hey, we got to pause.
USA News Update. 5 Marines are still missing following the discovery of a Marine helicopter that went missing in California. The helicopter was found in Pine Valley Tuesday night, just about 40 miles east of San Diego. It was conducting a training flight from Creech Air Force Base near Las Vegas. Proclaiming himself as pro-life Superman, a man climbed the Las Vegas Sphere on Wednesday to gather funds for a pregnant woman. Mazan Deschamps shared footage on his Instagram profile.
Hey guys, I'm here on top of the Sphere. I guess they're going to make me go through the top.
Deschamps executed a comparable stunt in Phoenix during last year's Super Bowl week. Southern California is bracing for more rainfall and mountain snow this afternoon and into tonight. The area is still grappling with the aftermath of a Pineapple Express system that brought record-breaking precipitation and triggered nearly 500 landslides. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Somebody say something about a powerful chrome-plated cow truck. A story from CDL Life this past day. I'm all but certain this would not be our two-time world champion bull hauler, but a Wyoming sheriff placing a bull hauler out of service for a variety of violations and actually seized his load of cattle over questions about their ownership. According to the statement from the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, Tuesday of this week, deputies stopped a cattle hauler going 75 and a 65. Well, that's not really a high rate of speed, is it? Not for a bull hauler. In Laramie, Wyoming, the deputy recognized the brands were not in order, called in a Wyoming brand inspector and the Highway Patrol for assistance. The truck was ultimately placed out of service for safety violations. Driver was placed out of service for not having a CDL, insurance, or registration. The 39 cows on the truck were seized as LCSO continued the investigation of their ownership. They do say criminal charges are expected. We recently trained our deputies in commercial vehicle enforcement and livestock brand inspection. Great teamwork for the safety of our roads and our cows. All right, welcome back, Pappy. You don't think that's Mr. Weiss, do you?
Yeah, let's hope not, right? But in all seriousness, Steve, I mean, you know, these people are crazy morons. I could literally see them saying that these chrome-plated trucks are reflecting too much sunlight back in the atmosphere.
Right.
They need to be banned, man. And real quick, I'll get off here. Talking about this depopulation. I mean, we all know that Bill Gates has been talking about it for years. You see this video going around with the gorilla lady?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Jane Goodall. Remember Jane Goodall?
Yeah.
Who camped out with the gorillas back in the 70s, whatever it was.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
She's got a video out, Steve, talking about we need to populate the planet. There's too many people on the planet, and the planet's in danger. First thing it came to my mind was, why don't you start with yourself there, Miss Gorilla Lady? Show us the way, man. All these globalists talking about depopulation. There's too many people on the planet. Well, show us the way, man. You're so dedicated.
Right.
Why don't you start with yourself? All right, Steve. Got tonight off, tomorrow night. Or last night rather than tonight, I guess, according to your standards. And back on the weekend. Temperature's pretty decent, though.
Not too bad. 41. Not bad for a weekend of February.
Oh, yes, sir. We'll take that. All right, my man. Everybody stay safe. Hammer down. Keep on rolling.
Thank you much, Pappy. Have a good morning. I remember sharing a story here a week or two ago about a radio tower. I think in this case it was wasn't it a 500-foot tower? A big tower that thieves had actually cut the damn tower down so they could get, it was only going to be a couple $100 worth of, I think, copper out of it. Remember that story? Totally separate. Now, Jasper, Alabama. A 200-foot AM radio tower is gone. It's gone without a trace. WJLX AM's station signal has been greatly impacted, you think, by the theft in Walker County. Station general manager said he remains hopeful that somebody will share information to help law enforcement find those responsible for the theft. Still, he said he's blown away by what happened. I mean, I've tried all weekend to figure it out, and I can't figure it out. I've been in the radio biz, around it all my life, and then in it professionally for 26 years, and I can say I've never heard of anything like this. I guess I can say I've seen it all now. He said they first learned of the theft last Friday. Said a bush hog crew went down to the JLX tower site to clean up the property, but the thieves had already cleared it out. When he arrived, he called me Friday and he said, "Hey, the tower's gone." I said, "What? What do you mean the tower's gone? Are you sure you're in the right place?" He said, "The tower is gone. There's wires everywhere. It's gone." Elmore said they're working with the FCC to get temporary authority to carry on while they rebuild the AM side of their operation. Still not clear how long the rebuild efforts would take. But he said this really hurts a small operation like this. Like I said, I believe we'll find out who did this. It is a federal crime, and it will absolutely not be worth it to them when that time comes. But, 200-foot radio tower. It's not here. It's gone. What's going on with Eagle this morning? Hey there.
Yeah. You can hear now?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle. What's on your mind?
Okay. Yeah, Steve, I got some things to say tonight, man, about Joe Biden, once again, this guy is in the news again, Steve. Looks like he's going to be in the news until he decides to. Hopefully the Democrats remove him and replace him with somebody else. We won't have to look at his ugly face no more. Joe Biden, good riddance, brother. You, like I said before, I think somebody listening to my phone call, Steve. I was driving down the interstate today. I turned to a radio station and somebody was talking on the radio. They said what I said a couple of weeks ago. Congratulations, Joe Biden. You are officially the worst president the United States has ever been associated with. Jimmy Carter, brother, I think Jimmy Carter's still alive. Last time he had his last legs. He ain't got too much longer, Jimmy Carter. But Jimmy Carter, you could take that to the grave with you, brother. You thought you was gonna go down as the worst president. Well, you can go to your grave knowing that there's somebody actually worse than you, and that's Joe Biden, brother. This guy here, Steve, is a total and utter disaster. Yeah, like I heard one, who was it, the lobster, this Lone Ranger call in. Who are these people, Steve? You better you ought to go to the voting booth. When they go vote in November, they need to wear their grocery sack over their head, Steve. If I was voting for Joe Biden, I wouldn't want nobody to know I was voting for that man. I wear a damn bag on my head when I went to the poll station.
Right.
Just so nobody wouldn't see me, brother. I don't want nobody knowing I'm associated with a man like that. So that's what I have to say about an individual that supports Biden. But you know something, Steve? Here's the people that we need to be concerned with, and I'm sick of them. Why they won't just go ahead and sign up with the Democratic Party, I don't know. These three individuals that voted not to kick Mayorkas out of his position ought to be ashamed of themselves. You know, this man here has single-handedly destroyed the immigration policy. Everything that Donald Trump had done, they erased it off the books, and now they got the nerve. You know, every time I think about it, everybody's talking about it, that Biden had the nerve to look into the television and say, Donald Trump, it's your fault, brother, that these people here illegally. Even though Trump, last time I checked, Steve, is Donald Trump the president or is Joe Biden the president? Because somebody forgot to tell Donald Trump if he's still the president. Because it seemed like Donald Trump still got all the powers, even though he ain't the president no more, according to Joe Biden.
Right.
So, Yeah, it's just embarrassing that this man would do something so stupid. He just made his own self look like an idiot when he said that yesterday. But he's basically trying to get the people to sign these papers. That paperwork, Steve, you said 5,000 people a day is a complete and utter disgrace, a slap in the face for anybody who cares about immigration. The number should be a big fat zero. Unless you coming in legal, coming in the right way, you signing the right paperwork, you waiting your time in line or whatever you got to do, then it's illegal. And it shouldn't happen. Like I said, the administration ought to be ashamed of themselves for saying that they want to allow, they even put that kind of paperwork on the table, Steve. I would be embarrassed to be associated with something like that, saying you got to have 5,000 people come in every day. And then not even talking about the money that Biden wants for Ukraine. Still want to send money to Ukraine. But here's the thing that's most concerning tonight, Steve, about this phone call. And this goes back to what you said a couple of years ago, and I thought you wasn't serious about the whole deal, even though I knew that something bad could happen. You said that Venezuela had emptied out their jail houses in Venezuela. People saying to themselves, why are these people coming to the U.S. and committing crimes? Why are they fighting with the police? Now they got a crime ring going on in New York City with people stealing, robbing and stealing. They got a video of an old lady that I think you talked about that, where an old boy grabbed a woman's bag or something and was dragging her down the street and the woman, old lady, just happened. These people are showing their true color. See, here's the deal, Steve. These people were criminals in Venezuela. This ain't nothing new. They didn't just decide to turn into a criminal when they got to the USA. They was a criminal when they got here, and they're gonna continue being criminals because that's the only life they know. That's the only life they know, Steve, is robbing and stealing. So, like, I remember I told you this about 2 years ago, Steve, when I was talking. I said, we got enough criminals in America. We got enough robbers, thieves, rapists, burglars, or whatever you want to call them. We don't need to import more, bring more bad people into the country. But somebody forgot to tell Joe Biden because it's too late now. They already here, and they doing their deal in New York and Chicago, Steve. They doing the real deal. But the people ain't seen nothing yet. It's only going to get worse once these people get their people together, get their groups together. They're going to really start doing some wrecking havoc. And Joe Biden and the Democrats that want him here in these so-called democratically run states, I have no sympathy whatsoever for them, Steve. Like I told you, it's like a Burger King restaurant. You have it your way. You wanted it, brother. You got it. Now you say you wanted to be a sanctuary city. You say you had no problem with immigrants. Well, you got them now, brother. So I don't feel sorry for that mayor of New York City or that fat boy mayor up there in Chicago. You, Baltimore, any other city they sent them to. You got exactly what's coming to you, my man. The way I see it, Steve, because it shouldn't have never even happened to begin with. They should have been shut the border down. So just in case Joe Biden didn't know, Steve, so just in case he didn't know, you're still the president, Joe Biden. You still can shut the border down instead of trying to blame it on somebody else. Still ain't done it, Steve. Still ain't said nothing about all the Chinese people that's coming in. We still don't know who these people are.
Right.
Still don't know about the diseases. So like I said before, Steve, it's just a matter of time. Like I say, I'm talking about all the crime that's going on. It's not a matter, I hate to keep saying this, it's not a matter if we're going to have a terrorist attack. It's just a matter of when, like you said, with the Chinese. They setting it up. They get ready to shut the lights down. They either going to shut the lights down in the U.S. or they going to shut the water down in the U.S. But in the next couple of months, you're going to see something real bad happen in America. And then you can't blame nobody but that border being open because the door was wide. It's like, let me say this one quick thing, Steve. It's like when you go to bed tonight, you leaving your front door wide open. So Mr. Joe Biden, I bet you when he goes to his home in Delaware, I bet you he don't leave his front door open when he go to bed at night. That's basically what Joe Biden has done to America, Steve. He's left the front door open, and guess what? Anybody can walk in. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, good to hear from you here on a Thursday. Thank you much for checking in. All right. Santa Claus, what do we got? Top of the morning, Steve. 42 degrees, Sacramento, California. My hometown of San Francisco has become a proverbial shish kebab hole. But the 49ers player, Purdy, much conservatives, church-going players, in contrast to the Chiefs, which claim to fame as having Taylor Swift as their claim to fame. But, all right, big game, just days away now. Santa Claus is pulling for those 49ers. Hello to Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Rick in Columbus on board this morning. Dennis got chimed in about why is Nikki Haley continuing to plug away here? He said, Haley's staying in, hoping that Trump will be convicted on these indictments. Well, that won't work either. Even if he's convicted, he'll still be voted in and pardon himself as he's sitting in prison. It is pretty much uncharted territory, isn't it, where they say, what if he does actually get sent to jail? Nothing says you can't run for president from a jail. That's the truth. All right, it's 844-844-3388. How about a dumbass of the week nominee? Stupid criminals. In an apparent bid to try and drum up additional customers for his drug business, a Canadian man handing out business cards with a small sample of cocaine attached. According to police, 30-year-old Syed Amir Razavi distributing the cards outside a casino in Calgary, where he resides. Investigators learned of the cards in late December, launching a probe that resulted in his arrest on February 3rd. Narcotics possession and trafficking charges. A search of his auto and residence yielding 50 baggies of cocaine, a digital scale with drug residue, just over $1,200 in cash. Cops also seized a box of business cards with the name Alex Lee. Razavi apparently handed out the cards, which listed Lee as a driver, containing the contact information with a little dime bag, a Ziploc bag containing cocaine samples. He was released from custody earlier this week, scheduled for a February 26th court appearance. Yeah, here's a little sample. If you like that, give me a ring. What do you say?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Jossie, I think Eagle brought it up last evening, kind of pointing out to Joe Biden how he pretty much hands down won that primary in South Carolina. Like, well, who the hell else is on the ballot? And last evening, I did point out, I said there were two other names, Dean Phillips and a woman named Marianne Williamson. Well, you can scratch Marianne off the list. She officially yesterday exited the race. As of today, we are suspending our campaign, she wrote Wednesday evening. While the level of our failure is obvious to all, a level of success is real nonetheless. We articulated deeper, more authentic truths than those regularly acknowledged by the political establishment. She was one of the few Democrat challengers to Joe Biden, along with Dean Phillips. Right now it's Dean and Joe, the last two on that list. Both of them had consistently polled in the single digits. Williamson won roughly 2% of the vote in South Carolina's primary last weekend. She's known as the self-help guru, campaigned on an anti-establishment platform looking to disrupt the system. According to one of her slogans, this was her second presidential bid. She had a failed primary campaign in 2020 as well. So, yeah, you got Joe and Dean Phillips essentially left on the list now. Counting down the days, Valentine's Day just around the corner. What's that box of chocolate going to cost you this year? Prices for cocoa on the ICE exchange in New York, the U.S. benchmark for chocolate-making ingredients, rising to the highest ever price this past day, surpassing the previous peak set in 1977. There's a global scarcity of the agricultural commodity cocoa. The all-time price peak for cocoa in the U.S. happens just days before the Valentine's Day celebration. One of the hottest chocolate buying periods in the country, where many people exchange sweets, flowers, and cards with loved ones. New York cocoa prices up 3.6% yesterday to $5,410 a metric ton. London cocoa futures also hit a record high, 4,344 pounds per ton. New York cocoa has also gained 61% in 2023. It's up 29% so far this year as a result of falling output in Africa due to unfavorable weather conditions there. Wow. Higher raw material costs obviously eventually reach the final products. All right, for Valentine's Day shoppers specifically, these price spikes may be sending you in a different direction, like maybe opting for a homemade gift or experiences rather than tangible goods. According to the Soft Commodities researcher, said the relationship between raw cocoa prices and retail prices of milk chocolate bars, for example, isn't necessarily linear, but it's going to cost you more this year.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says no to a ceasefire proposal from Hamas, citing total near victory in Gaza. The ceasefire would have been 135 days long and led to the freeing of hostages and an end to the war. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken at the embassy in Jerusalem says the United States is not giving up on the hostage situation.
We have been intensely focused from day one on getting the hostages, all the hostages, back with their families where they belong. And we will keep that focus until we get them back.
The Consumer Price Index is reporting beef and veal prices are up almost 9% in the last year alone, and farmers nationwide are beginning to show concerns. Alan Adams, a cattle farmer from Sandwich, Illinois, tells Fox Business he believes part of what's causing the problem is the dry weather that has impacted the Midwest for the past few years.
Ranchers have liquidated their herds because they didn't have enough pasture. And so consequently, we're forced to pay more, and now that's starting to translate into the grocery stores.
This as McDonald's is reporting they are seeing fewer lower and middle class families as they continue to have to raise prices. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens says the rejected Senate border compromise was something he and his border agents needed to deal with the problem. He adds that the compromise was better than doing nothing.
We're charged with a very dangerous mission, and that mission is supposed to be to keep this country and its people safe from those who want to come in and do it harm. And we can't do that job without the support and the backing of our partners in Congress.
Republicans in the Senate and the House argue the bill doesn't do enough to stop illegal immigration. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says his department will help the NFL secure Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas Sunday and the events surrounding the game. Speaking Wednesday at a briefing in Las Vegas, the Homeland Security Secretary says his department will intercept all threats, physical and digital, to the big game.
Our Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, has conducted vulnerability assessments, multiple planning exercises, and bomb safety workshops with state and local partners.
Proclaiming himself as pro-life Spider-Man, an individual ascended to the Las Vegas Sphere to gather funds for pregnant women. Mason DeChamps shared footage on his Instagram profile showcasing the breathtaking views from the summit of the 366-foot structure.
Hey guys, I'm here on top of the Sphere. I guess they're going to make me go through the top.
He also did something very similar during last year's Super Bowl week. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, has revealed that he will soon release an interview with Russian President Vladimir Putin. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
This announcement follows Carlson being cited numerous times in Moscow over the weekend. Carlson claims Western news media outlets have been peddling biased propaganda about the war between Russia and Ukraine. He says there is more truth to be told on the matter with Putin.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Get some industry headlines here. There's been no shortage of talk about predatory towing, especially in light of the Memphis scenario with that, what is it, A1 towing that's been in the news all last year. The Department of Transportation calling for stronger protections for truckers against predatory towing junk fees that can cause cost to skyrocket by thousands of dollars. In a comment recently filed on the Federal Trade Commission's proposed rule banning junk fees, USDOT specifically detailed the ways that predatory towing is hurting the trucking community and asked for action, specifically pointing to deceptive or unfair fee practices used by predatory towers, including hiding fees until the tow's complete, charging for unnecessary or worthless services, and imposing an excessive number of fees for excessive amounts. Towing can occur at the request of the trucker after a breakdown, or at the request of law enforcement or a property owner if the vehicle's been parked illegally. In either case, towing causes substantial distress for truckers who are unable to earn a livelihood till they regain access to their vehicle. Once their vehicle's been towed, they're in a very vulnerable position and highly susceptible to predators. USDOT asking the FTC to enact additional restrictions against the types of unnecessary and excessive mandatory junk fees plaguing truckers. Obviously, numerous headlines in the past year. Truckers being forced to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars to retrieve a booted or towed truck. Now, if this is passed, the FTC's junk fee rule would offer truckers some protection from these predatory towing operations at a federal level. When a truck driver's vehicle is towed, they can't earn a living until they get it back. They're vulnerable to predatory junk fees from these companies. We support the FTC's efforts to stand up for truckers by acting to ban junk fees and prevent predatory towing fees that cause significant financial harm. And we get back to the calls here. A new hour and a new day, right? A Thursday coming on. Hello, 5-7.
Good morning. Yeah, Pappy pretty much stole my thunder on the Mayorkas deal. That stupid Republican saying, yeah, we don't want to set a precedent like Nancy Pelosi. That sparks a memory of Nancy Pelosi, Jerry Nadler, Adam Schiff, after they falsely accused him of that phone call and trying to win a deal, some kind of information out of Ukraine. And they dramatically walked it across from the House to the Senate.
Right.
Thank God, voted it out. Hey, to me, that looked a whole lot with false information. That, to me, looked like an insurrection on a sitting president. So, what do I? But compared to Mayorkas, who has blood on his hands, millions. I mean, Ted Cruz and Tim Scott both quoted, and I've been quoting 8 million, and they've been saying 10 million illegals across. So I'll go with 10. And 10 million illegals have moved their way in here. So you talk about the fentanyl crisis. And, I mean, there's plenty of evidence right here. And so, to me, he should be not only impeached, charged with criminal negligence. And the other thing, this thing about pardon me, losing my mind here. David Muir, my wife loves watching him. We're sitting there watching the news, and they're talking about how Donald Trump is telling the Republicans not to vote for this. You know, they honestly, I was amazed they did cover the fact that 5,000 illegals would be allowed to come in every day. But at the they covered this story right down just to the end, and they allowed a Democrat to get in there and say this. Donald Trump it's been stated, Donald Trump has said they don't want to solve the border crisis under Biden's watch. I don't remember Trump saying that at all. I'm saying, if anything, we're saying that this is a Trojan horse, where this is another little thing that was included. I believe Ted Cruz made note, because he is a Texan. You have a problem when this bill gets passed. If you have a problem, like they're doing down in Texas, and going to the federal courts down there and getting them to stop and starting to do stuff down there in the federal courts, you won't be able to do that anymore in Texas. You'll have to get it done in the D.C. court, federal
right.
court.
Yep.
So that little thing, this thing's full of poison. So for the American people. So, like I've said before, Donald Trump is the only man I've known to go to bat for the American middle class. So go for it, Trump. I'm going to vote for you come the 24th, and I'm going to vote for you come November, buddy. I don't care if he is wearing bright orange. 5-7. Be down.
Over and out, 5-7. There you go, copy the mail. A bit of a change from the January outlook. The Energy Information Administration now expecting an increase in oil prices in early 24. Ongoing military attacks on commercial ships traveling the Red Sea are the major component of the uncertainty surrounding global oil shipments, they said. Longer routes put upward pressure on freight rates because of fuel costs and fewer available ships. In the February outlook, the EIA now said Brent crude oil price increased in January to $80 per barrel. Price is expected to continue to rise until at least the second quarter of this year, based upon the forecasted increase in global inventories. Prices should begin to see downward pressure at that point. Now, the ongoing risk of disruptions in the Middle East create the potential for crude prices to be higher than our forecast. Oil production in the U.S. indeed set a record 13.3 million barrels per day in December of last year. Now, they expect a return to those levels of production this month. Now, the fuel forecast, the fuel portion of the outlook remained about the same as the previous month. The projection that in the first quarter of 24, diesel will average $3.94 per gallon, fall to $3.92 in the second quarter. They also said the national fuel average will continue to fall and hit $3.84 in the third quarter of this year, before then increasing to $3.97 per gallon by the end of the year. Other takeaways, natural gas consumption increased significantly due to the extreme cold in January. The cold last month sent us into record-setting natural gas consumption territory for several days. But we do expect less than average consumption going into February and March. Now, any late winter cold snaps could introduce significant volatility back into the natural gas market. Yeah, they are also forecasting 43% more electricity generated from solar, as well as 6% increase in wind generation. Lower coal production is expected due to the planned coal-fired plant retirements that they say remain on schedule from the EIA. What do you say, Anonymous Hippopotamus?
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So the representative up there in Wisconsin who voted against this deal that was one of the ones that caused the whole issue here, even without Steve Scalise being there. So what was his answer for voting the way he did? Can you go back and read that real quick again, or you got to search for it?
Essentially, he's saying that he doesn't believe incompetence, which obviously Mayorkas sucks at his job, the way he put it, but being incompetent does not rise to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors or an impeachable offense.
So why is it his opinion to decide if Mayorkas is incompetent or not? Isn't it he's supposed to vote what his constituents want? And shouldn't he have a polling of his constituents to see which way he should be voting on this issue? Not his opinion of what he should do? Isn't that the whole idea of a representative? He's supposed to represent the people that voted him into office. Yeah, he might want to watch his six. He might be having issues in the next election. But anyways, so, and you talked about Jolly Green there in the beginning of the show there with the self-checkout deal. I saw something there, and of course we talked about this AI problem that's coming along. And I saw something there a little while back about the fast food industry, Your Honor, like the McDonald's and the Burger King and that, you know.
Yeah, right.
There might not be jobs for Whopper floppers anymore. It appears as if they figured out how to put robotic AI engineering into the fast food industry, and they can make perfect burgers 100% of the time, one after the other identical, and they can drop fries in the oil and pull them out and automatically serve. So you're going to go to your kiosk thing there, your self-checkout thing, and place your order, and some robot's going to cook your burger and fries and pour your drink, and there's going to be this little robot with a tray on its head come out and say, here's your order, and you're not even going to see a person. But they said that when the price per hour for employees gets somewhere between $20 to $25 an hour, it'll outprice the human employee, and the companies will be able to put in the AI technology, the robots to do all the service. So you're gonna go in there, and Rosie the robot's gonna be making your burger and be flopping your Whopper and bagging your fries and that. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. And did you by chance get my email? The picture that I took at the gas station here a little bit ago.
I did. Let me flip back over here. Yeah, so something. It's for the. What is this? Okay, I guess it's a handicap fueling station, or is it a?
Well, it's a sign saying how the handicapped have to be helped at a self-service gas station in Delaware. Apparently, this is a Delaware law.
Okay,
and so if there's a gas station with attendants and they have to have more than one attendant, but a handicapped person, a disabled person, can request that their fuel be put in their tank by an employee and not be charged a higher rate for it than just the normal self-service. But the other people that can ask for this service is anyone of 85 years of age or older. 85-year-old. So if the 85-year-old drives into the gas station and says, I can't pump my gas, you got to pump my gas for me. They have to do it if they have more than two or more employees, and they can't. Your Honor, how many 85-year-olds do you see driving into the gas station? That means if Joe Biden drives his Corvette into the gas station, at a self-service gas station, he has to get out and pump his own gas, Your Honor. Can you see Joe Biden pumping his own gas in his Corvette?
That's
Of course,
pretty
he's
good.
got to get past all them top secret documents, the classified documents to find the fuel cap. But oh my, I looked at that. I don't know. I understand you got to, you're helping out the senior citizens and appreciate that. But
yeah.
But how did they decide at 85, Your Honor? I don't know. Yeah, it just kind of struck me. I'm like, because I stood there next to this blue sign all the time, and I just thought it was, something to help the handicapped, disabled, it was a good thing. And I finally read the stupid thing, and 85, Your Honor. Well, you got something to look forward to if you make it that far. You don't have to pump your gas anymore.
You think, right?
Yeah. So anyways, that's about the extent I got for you here. I don't know. You can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. You just can't make it up anymore. Too crazy. So anyways there, but good calls there. And I tell you, Pappy keeps informing us. I'm getting scared. We're starting to learn too much from Pappy and Bongino and all that. And has there been any more from the Tucker Carlson from being over there in Russia? Is that come about yet, or are we still waiting on that?
I don't think the interviews hit the internet yet. But I do see there's a headline here that Hillary Clinton speaks out. She said, Tucker Carlson is Putin's useful idiot. He's like a puppy dog.
More Russia collusion. Got more Russian collusion going on.
Yeah.
So,
are you familiar?
All right, Your Honor.
Are you familiar with Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah, I know of it a little bit there. Apparently, the Obamas have a house on it, and according to Al Gore, it should have been underwater about 3 years ago.
Well, I mean, do you think that would be your best guess? Would that be a region that would be considered a low-income region of the country?
Low income for Taylor Swift, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, if Taylor Swift was there, that would be, the low income people would be the Obamas and the Clintons and the Kennedys. Yeah. I mean, those are the normal ones that are there, except for the illegals that got shipped. Who was it that shipped the illegals up there? That was DeSantis, wasn't it? That shipped all the illegals to Martha's Vineyard.
Right, and they got them the hell out of there, like right now.
Yeah, quick, yesterday, yeah. Don't, there's the door, and don't let it hit you in the rear end on your way out. So what are we worried about with the low income there now?
Oh, apparently, according to the administration, Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket qualifies for the low-income electric vehicle charging station subsidies.
Do they?
Yeah.
Well, that's special. Well, they gotta. You don't expect them to pay to charge their cars, do you? I mean, they're having to. No, wait a minute. They don't spend money to buy their cars because they use all the subsidies to buy their. You don't expect them to have to pay to charge them too, do you?
Right.
Of course not.
So I guess so. I don't know if Obama's got him an electric vehicle yet or not, but they need some low-income subsidies to put in some charging stations. You can't make this up. The Biden administration says parts of Martha's Vineyard qualify for low-income electric vehicle subsidies. Numerous elite hangouts and locales, including Montauk and Fisher's Island and parts of Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket in Massachusetts, among the areas the Biden administration says qualify as low income. They are therefore eligible for receipt of electric vehicle charger subsidies. The White House explained the tax subsidy this way. The tax credit provides up to 30% of the cost of the charger to individuals and businesses in low-income communities and non-urban areas, making it more affordable to install EV charging infrastructure thus increasing access to EV charging in underserved communities? Now, the Daily Caller pointed out that to meet the low-income definition, a census tract must have a poverty rate of 20% or more. The loophole being used to qualify some of the wealthiest places in the country is found in the following. An area can qualify if the median family income is below 80% of the median family income in the wider metropolitan area or in its state if a given census tract is not part of any particular metropolitan area. In practice, the latter definition for a low-income area enables places that may not be considered low-income to qualify for the credit by virtue of being located in a wealthy state or metropolitan area. For example, nearly half the landmass of Nantucket Island, one of the ritziest summer vacations favored by the elite of the Northeast, is actually eligible for EV charger subsidies, according to the Department of Energy's interactive eligibility map. Also eligible are pockets of Cape Cod, including the ritzy Hyannis, all of the exclusive Fishers Island, much of Montauk, a 3-block area of Manhattan's Upper East Side, large swaths of San Francisco, and several blocks of the renowned Beverly Hills. Now, to normal people, it does sound counterintuitive to me. Why do you subsidize places that obviously don't need subsidies? But that's not how the government works, especially the federal government. The more people and places that these godless bureaucrats qualify as poor or low income or whatever, the more people and landmass the government seizes control over. In this case, the corrupt Democrats, including Biden, currently in charge of the administration, are eager to pour money down the black hole of electric vehicles. In their demented minds, they actually believe if America is full of chargers, idiot Americans will invest in this boondoggle, which is electric vehicles. Okay, and obviously that is not by any means coming to fruition. It's going the opposite direction. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson acknowledged that Tuesday night's unsuccessful impeachment attempt of Alejandro Mayorkas was a mess, but he expressed readiness to try again.
We have a duty and a responsibility to take care of this issue. We have to hold the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security accountable.
A handful of Republicans diverged from party lines and opposed the impeachment of the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. 5 Marines are still missing following the discovery of a Marine helicopter that went missing in California. That helicopter, which was reported missing Tuesday night, was found in Pine Valley, just over 40 miles east of San Diego. Master P and Snoop Dogg are initiating legal action against 2 food retailers alleging they are preventing the sale of their cereals. They assert that Post and Walmart have collaborated to sabotage their agreement to distribute Snoop cereal and Mama Snoop. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, it looks like more and more like Mitch McConnell's days leading the Republican minority in the Senate may be numbered. Following the collapse of the Senate leadership's bipartisan national security supplemental aid bill, the border bill, the Ukraine bill, several prominent Republican senators expressed that the border bill debacle may actually push the Republican conference over the edge to remove McConnell. Mitch McConnell, in effect, gave the largest in-kind campaign contribution to the Democrats, the Senate campaign committee, in history. Senator Ted Cruz spoke to the Daily Caller yesterday. Conservatives, both inside the official Republican Party apparatus and out, have long criticized McConnell, an institution in the Senate with that reputation for shrewd negotiation, savvy maneuvering for not taking sufficient hard-line stances on key issues to the party's base. McConnell has continued to keep a stranglehold on power in the conference for nearly 2 decades now. But suddenly, momentum to remove him has reached a fever pitch. The proverbial tidal wave of backlash to the border policy proposal that was unveiled this week. I think this is our opportunity to take him out. We're sort of working to figure out if that's possible. There's a bit of a chicken and egg problem here. What I think you have the votes, but you need somebody to step forward, and that person that's unwilling to step forward unless you have the votes. It can't just be a Mike and Ted and sort of everybody that hates Mitch kind of thing. One Republican senator who was granted anonymity to speak freely without worry of retaliation said, you obviously have to get kind of the middle of the conference. So that's all being worked on right now behind the scenes. And I think, frankly, how this vote works out will help determine whether the conference, broadly speaking, is willing to go that direction. Now, going back to this whole border deal, McConnell technically put Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford in charge of the negotiations with the Democrats. Every Senate Republican that the caller spoke with is laying the blame squarely on McConnell, saying, he was the only one truly crafting the deal behind the scenes and essentially just used Lankford, who is, by the way, not running for re-election. He used him as a pawn to take the fall for what the lawmakers said is a gift to their opponents. Here's what we get to look forward to. Every single Democrat candidate in the country running for Senate, running for the House, will be using the identical talking points. They will all say, we wanted to secure the border. We tried to secure the border, but the Republicans wouldn't let us. Now, we know that's a wild-eyed lie. It's completely false. This bill would have made the border crisis even worse. But he said, as long as I've been serving in the Senate, there's never been an issue where the American people are so overwhelmingly in support of our position, which is to secure the border. So how can you take, as leader, how do you take an issue where the people support us and lead us into a box where now, with this bill produced, is worse than doing nothing? Yeah, when that's rejected, we get blamed. I mean, you've actually got to work overtime to screw this thing up, which they're pretty much saying, yeah, thanks to Mitch, it's screwed up, and it's going to they'll use this, Democrats will use this as turnabout. That's all we've been hearing anyway. Yeah, Chuck Schumer laying it squarely on Donald Trump, who's not even president. Like the Republican Party that's currently in the House and the Senate are taking their marching orders from Trump. Either way, back to the phones we go. Knucklebuster, what's happening this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. All them politicians up there, just a bunch of lawyers. I ain't got one lawyer that I trust, and that's the one that lives next door to me there. I won't vote for any of them damn idiots. Not a one. So, every one of them about as crooked as they can get. So, did you read where PETA is targeting merry-go-rounds now?
Oh,
about
really?
The horses on the merry-go-round?
Yeah.
Come on, people. I mean, damn, get serious there. But the ethical treatment of animals, and you talking about fussing about the horses on a wood horse on a merry-go-round?
They're in a fantasy world.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, old Taylor Swift, she sold her $40 million private jet, Steve. mid threats to sue that college student who tracks her admission. Oh well, she's allowed to fly by herself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Domino's Pizza is going to introduce a Taylor Swift-inspired Super Bowl deal.
Oh, boy.
Offers a family-sized feast for $19.89. So, yep. I don't know who's going to win that ball game, but anyway, may the best team win is all I can say. And Brother Rambler like this, sir, old Nick Saban, he's joining ESPN as an analyst after retiring from Alabama, Steve. Well, do you know how to? What's that?
No, I'm trying not to cough. I'm still dealing with this throat thing. Can you tell?
Yeah, I know. Well, do you know how to win the love of your wife, there, Steve?
Oh, it's not necessarily flowers and chocolate. What is it?
Be romantic to her, dine her, call her, hug her, support her, hold her, surprise her, listen to her, laugh with her, cry with her, romance her, believe in her, cuddle with her, shop with her, give her jewelry, give her flowers, hold her hand, write love letters to her, Steve. Go to the ends of the earth and back for her. And ladies, here's what you can do to win your man. Show up naked and bring food. And that'll be all my bull on it for today, Mr. Steve Summers.
It's amazing how easy it is to please a man, is it not? That's more truth than fiction. That makes a lot of sense. All right, other industry headlines. Let me jump over here. I'm trying to look. Yeah, here it is. Less than a week into the 60-day comment period, dozens of truckers have already pushed back against the FMCSA's proposed changes to the CDL requirements. Just last week, they published the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking aimed at increasing flexibility for state driver licensing agencies and applicants. So we had broke down all the different categories, given the applicants the option to take a CDL skills test in a state that's not their home state, allowing learner's permit holders who have passed the skills test to operate a commercial vehicle on public roads without a qualified CDL holder in the passenger seat. The comment period opened up. It is continuing through April the 2nd. As of Tuesday this week, 64 comments posted to the regulations.gov website, many of them coming from truck drivers opposed to lowering the standards necessary to acquire a CDL. Let's see. One says, I've held a commercial driver's license for 25 years. I strongly believe the proposed rule will result in an increase in accidents and incidents involving commercial motor vehicles. Will Scott says, it's crucial that drivers are required to take a skills test in a state where they're domiciled. I can understand why the carriers mentioned in this document may support this proposed change. However, it's concerning that new drivers are often paid poorly, paired with inexperienced or inadequate driver trainers. Another driver, Jason Griffin, agreed this is moving the wrong direction. I've been driving truck 28 years. I've seen some good regulations and a whole lot of bad. I feel like this is a bad one. It seems designed to benefit the mega carriers with no regard for anything but making money. Any stroll down social media proves these new drivers need all the training they can get. Half of them have no clue how to drive a truck, but they're turned loose anyway. How could a skills test possibly teach drivers real-life situations? I say no to this regulation change. Now, meanwhile, OOIDA has long advocated for FMCSA to improve the driver training requirements as a way to improve safety. They had the entry-level driver training rule that took effect February of 22, but they say more needs to be done. There certainly may be some areas to improve the CDL administration process conducted by the states, but any changes should not sacrifice necessary skills, testing, or driver training. We've long expressed opposition to waiving requirements for a CDL holder to accompany a commercial learner's permit driver in the front seat. Far too many drivers are entering this industry without the proper training or safety component. Once again, the FMCSA should be finding ways to bolster training requirements rather than weaken those requirements. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, there was one other topic that's come up in recent weeks several times on this program, and speculation about Joe at some point in time. Joe's not going to be on the ballot come November. Who's going to step in? And the name Michelle Obama has crept into the picture on more than one occasion, right? Karl Rove said he doesn't think Biden will be the presidential on the ticket in November. But he said it's pure lunacy to suggest it would be Michelle Obama. Rove was asked to address an expected rematch between Trump and Biden. Rove's theory is that Biden will be encouraged to step aside, allow a younger Democrat to take the reins. Somebody's going to wake up on that side, Jill or maybe his sister, Valerie Biden Owens, and say, Joe, this is not the way for you to go down in the history books. Step aside. Let someone else be chosen at the convention. Let somebody else go against Trump in the fall. I just think the Democrats are not going to allow this to continue. He was also asked about a possible candidacy for Obama, the wife of former President Barack. He said, no. Look, she hates politics. You read her autobiography. She didn't want her husband to run for the state Senate. She didn't want him to run for the presidency. She's not a political animal. She loves the life she's got. Other candidates who've been mentioned as possible replacements include the likes of Governor Gavin Newsom, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. And he said all this talk of a Michelle candidacy is kind of a weird obsession of the conspiratorial right. Now, just last month, Dick Morris was interviewed, and he said somewhere down there he believes the Democrats are going to pull the switch and pull Michelle in. It's a guessing game, right? We'll see what it comes down to at the end of the day. Somewhere down the line, the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Oh, well, they don't want Michael to run because he's got too much junk, and it's not in the trunk. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. I don't think Michael's going to run. I was listening to Fox and Friends yesterday morning after the show, and they got that Christmas Cinnabon, or cinnamon, or whatever the hell that woman's name is, from Arizona, and they were asking her about that migrant bill, illegal alien bill, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Yeah, she was lamenting the fact that she worked so hard on that bill for 2 months. But the thing that I was very disappointed in was the fact that they did not ask the hardball question. Who are counted in the 5,000? Is it Mexican only? Or is it all illegal aliens?
Right. Yeah,
They did not ask, and that really set me off. It's like, if you're going to ask hardball questions, you better throw that bowling ball in there as well. I mean, I wanted answers. But, they didn't vote for it. My colleagues on the other side of the table. Oi! I'll give her the Academy Award for Best Supporting Queen. Good night, I tell you. Other than that, I don't know. What's been going on in the world since I've been around? Hamas wants to have 138 days truce.
Yeah, an opportunity to regroup and rearm themselves. What do you say? Good idea?
I tell you what, you prick the hand of God, he's going to come down and swat you like a mosquito. You don't mess with his people. And if, as much as Hamas wants to have free land from the rivers to the sea, I think that ought to be more than enough for Israeli intention to wipe them people off the face of the earth, because they have said that they were going to do that to the Israelis. So I've got, sorry about the hostages, but I guess those are called collateral damage. And in war, you have collateral damage. Now, Iran is getting close to having enough uranium, plutonium for the nuclear bomb.
Yep.
Give Israel everything they need so they can go ahead and put that Operation Joshua into effect. Let's have the Iranians glow instead of Israelis, because Iran is the true enemy of this world. And Biden and them have got to stop bombing the little gnats. And that's what the Houthis, or however Heatwave call them down. Anyways, you don't hit the gnats if you want to get rid of the wasp nest. You have got to go after the wasp nest. And if you continue to bomb buildings that are empty, what are you doing? You're helping them rebuild an old building, getting rid of it so they can put a new building there. That doesn't do us a whole hell of a lot of good.
Right.
Yeah. So it's kind of like a drug dealer. You got pushers and you got suppliers. Yeah, it's nice to get the pushers off the street, but you got to get the suppliers. And once you knock out the supplies, there ain't nothing to push. So, excuse me. I need an adult beverage right now. I'm going to let you go, Mr. Steve Summers. You have yourself a good night.
All right, good to hear from the right-wing nut. Yeah, Hamas trying to call for, well, of course, they have been decimated. They're probably on their final leg. Benjamin Netanyahu. First, he spoke to the Israeli media in Hebrew. Then he came back and delivered an English version of his remarks Wednesday evening, rejecting the idea that Hamas would be allowed to use hostage negotiations to survive the war they started. His response after details of the Hamas counteroffer emerged in the ongoing negotiations over a deal to release the Israeli hostages, roughly 136 of them, which at least 32 are believed to be dead, in exchange for a pause in fighting. Hamas wants Israel to withdraw its military completely from Gaza and stop the fighting. Conditions Israel will not accept. They're also demanding the release of thousands of convicted Palestinian terrorists serving long sentences, among other conditions. Now, Anthony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, on a diplomatic mission to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, Israel, Palestinian Authority, already met with Netanyahu earlier Wednesday by the time Netanyahu delivered his address. So his statement was therefore as much for American consumption as it was for Israeli consumption. And that's why he came back and delivered it in English after delivering it in Hebrew, saying it ain't going to happen. Final hour coming up, though. First, we get a news break on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson dealing with a failed vote to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Experts called the case for impeachment questionable, saying it was more about policy disagreements than the constitutional standard of treason, bribery, or high crimes and misdemeanors. On top of that, having a vote and losing it by just a couple of yays, that's a tough pill to swallow. Johnson also failing to get enough support for a standalone bill to give billions of dollars in aid to Israel.
We find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
That was the decision from a jury of 12 handed down in Michigan, finding Jennifer Crumbley guilty on 4 counts of manslaughter. Her son Ethan Crumbley killed 4 students in 2021, just days after his mother gifted him a gun with prior knowledge of his mental health issues. The verdict set a huge precedent on whether or not parents of school shooters can be held accountable. Evidence was presented that Jennifer didn't take any kind of action when school officials called the Crumbleys the morning of the shooting after a teacher found Ethan's violent drawings. School officials urged the Crumbleys to take their son home, get him immediate mental health assistance, which they refused. He shot 4 students shortly after that meeting. The judge in the case announcing Crumbley's sentencing would be scheduled for April 9th. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Israel for meetings today to talk about a possible temporary ceasefire in Gaza to release hostages. A proposal was worked out in a meeting last week between Israel, the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar that calls for an extended pause in the war between Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Prince Harry has flown back to the United Kingdom to see his father, King Charles, after he announced his cancer diagnosis. Harry flew overnight from L.A. and arrived in London yesterday around lunchtime to spend just about an hour with his father before the King and Queen consort Camilla flew by helicopter to their country estate. Harry then left for Germany for his Invictus Games without seeing anyone else in the family. A new sports streaming service is about to take over the world. ESPN, Warner Discovery, and Fox Sports will all partner to create a massive new streaming sports network. The service doesn't have a name yet, at least not publicly, but it's scheduled to launch in the fall and will include broadcasts from the NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, and other professional sports leagues. Yes, there will be an app for it. Plus, you will be able to bundle it with Disney Plus, Hulu, and/or Max. Coca-Cola trying to get in with the younger crowd with Coca-Cola Spiced and Coca-Cola Spiced Zero Sugar. They both go on sale in the U.S. and Canada on February 19th. Just because it's got spiced in the title doesn't make it spicy, though. Although Coke won't say what spices are in it, it basically tastes like regular Coke, but more intense and with a hint of raspberry. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher.
With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigregmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
As we get our final hour underway. All right. During the break there, I was going through a transcript of Benjamin Netanyahu's statement, which, again, after meeting with our Secretary of State, the U.S. has been trying to push for some sort of a, let's cease the hostilities kind of thing, right? Netanyahu ain't having nothing to do with it. That's why he, after addressing the Israelis in Hebrew, came back to give in English pretty much the same statement, which was meant for, I guess, us to hear. The West as a whole, you would say, the English-speaking world. Now, he made some good points. He said, total victory is within our reach. Israel's military achievements are truly unprecedented. John Spencer, head of urban warfare at West Point, noted, listen to this, it took the United States and its allies 9 months to defeat ISIS in Mosul. Mosul is a single city, smaller than Gaza, didn't have any terror tunnels, had only 5,000 terrorists, yet in 4 months, the Israeli Defense Forces has killed, wounded, or captured over 20,000 terrorists, more than half of the Hamas fighting force. We have shattered 18 out of 24 Hamas battalions. We're mopping up the remaining terrorists with ongoing raids. Our soldiers are systematically destroying the massive underground terror tunnels. Hamas believed this was an impregnable network, yet our soldiers are now physically inside these tunnels. They're demolishing rocket factories, weapon stockpiles, command and control centers, and what Hamas thought were unreachable safe houses. Now, I've got to tell you, we were repeatedly told by many in the international community all this simply could not be done. They said a ground offensive would not be effective, that we couldn't enter Gaza City because it would be an abominable death trap, that we couldn't go into the hospitals that served as Hamas headquarters without inflicting massive civilian casualties, that we couldn't enter the underground terror tunnels because nobody could. We have proven them all wrong on all counts. Many argued that Israel's military campaign would scuttle our ability to release the hostages. They were wrong on this one, too. Military pressure led to the release of 110 hostages. Only continued pressure will bring home the remaining hostages. Our soldiers are now in Khan Yunis, Hamas's main stronghold. They will soon go into Rafah, Hamas's last bastion. They will do so, and they have done up to now, providing the civilian population safe passage to safe zones, and they'll do so in spite of Hamas's evil attempts to stop the civilians from leaving at gunpoint. Total victory over Hamas will not take years. It will take months. Victory is within reach. when people talk about the day after, let's be clear about one thing. It's the day after all of Hamas is destroyed. Not half of Hamas, not 3/4 of Hamas, all of Hamas. Once Hamas is destroyed, we need to verify that Gaza is demilitarized, that we stamp out any attempt at the resurgence of terror. History has shown that only Israel can do this by having overriding security control over Gaza. What does that mean? It means Israel will be in Gaza or act in Gaza at any place and any time that is necessary to ensure that terror does not rear its ugly head again. Gaza must have a civilian administration staffed with those who do not support terrorism, fund terrorism, or indoctrinate their children with terrorism and the goal of destroying Israel. In fact, we should seek the very opposite, that school children in Gaza will be educated toward peace, that they'll be educated toward coexistence. Grant you, this will take time, but we've seen it happen in other parts of the world and in the Gulf states themselves. That's just, he had much more to say, but pretty much letting the USA know. Yeah, and how many times did they say that they can't do this? I remember him saying, if they go in, ground forces, it's going to be the proverbial death trap. Thousands of Israeli soldiers will die. And I don't know, why did it take 9 months for U.S. and the allies to defeat ISIS in Mosul, where they were 5,000 strong? They didn't have the terror tunnel. Is it maybe our rules of engagement? Which I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is tramping down the military with rules of engagement like the United States has become so accustomed to doing. Just saying, but... All right, see, Eagle back on board here. What you got for us, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about, Steve, brother. I wanted to talk. Hold on, let me get the phone. Okay, yeah. Left it on the floor. Okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about a couple of truck driving things before I get back to Joe Biden. Yeah, Steve, they were talking about the speed regulators on these trucks. They still trying to figure out what speed they need to set these trucks at. A company called Prime, they finally upped the speed on their trucks, man. They realized, Steve, that it's not safe. They were basically a rolling roadblock going down the road. These Prime had their trucks running 62 miles an hour up until a couple of months ago, and now I very rarely pass up a Prime truck now because I think they don't move their speed up to 67, 68. You can't have your trucks running that slow, Steve. 61, 62 miles an hour, below 65. All trucks really need to be doing 70 because 70 is the speed limit in most states in the U.S. 70 miles an hour. That should be more than good enough. 70 miles an hour for a company truck. My truck does 75, but I very rarely do that because most states you get you a ticket if you run at 75. So I think that I think trucks should be governed at 70. I don't think they're gonna make it 70. It'll probably be 67 or 68, which is still decent speed. But anything below 65 is no good, Steve. You're going way too slow. Prime, I don't know how many Prime trucks I used to pass up during the day of driving before they jumped the speed up. Same thing with Swift, even Swift and Warner. Warner used to have slow trucks. Now Warners are running 68, 69 miles an hour. You have to jump in. Plus you can cover more miles. We've gone over this before. A truck traveling 70 miles an hour in an 11-hour period, I know the exact fact. I know how many miles to the exact distance because I've done it so many times when I ran out 11 miles. You can run about 675 miles, 680 miles in 11 hours or run a 70 mile an hour truck. Okay, you put a man in a 60 mile an hour truck, he'll be lucky if he gets 600 miles out of the deal in 11 hours. And you say, well, what's the difference between 75? It's only 7. Well, you add that up over a 7-day period, and then that man has lost over 600 miles of driving, which is, we get paid by the cents. If he making 35, 40 cents a mile, that man has lost a lot of money by driving that 60 mile an hour, 62 mile an hour truck. Compared, that's why if somebody jumped my speed down to below 65, I'll find another job, because it's cost taking money. Unless they're going to up the percentage that you're making a mile, unless they're going to jump the cents up, then that's the only way I would drive a slow truck like that. Because you're costing that man money because you can't cover the same amount of distance as a truck. The same thing, I had a truck running 75 miles an hour. You can cover over 700 miles in 11 hours, Steve. A 75 mile an hour truck, you can run over 700 miles. And you do that over a 7-day period, you got you a nice paycheck. Okay, compared to that guy that's running 62 miles an hour. So, like I said, the government, they don't give a damn about hurting the truck driver's pocketbook. They only see a lot of these guys have never been behind the wheel of a truck. They have never even been inside of a truck. These idiots that are making laws and rules. That's one thing I never agree with, Steve. If they're going to have people making rules and laws for truck drivers, at least have a man that's driven a truck before that. This loser, this gay guy, what's this guy's name that's in charge of the Department of Transportation? What's his name again?
Buttigieg.
This guy, Buddha, he's never drove no truck before. I doubt if he's ever sat behind the wheel of a truck, but yet this guy is making rules and regulations for truck drivers. It makes no sense. At least if you're going to do it, have a man that has experience behind the wheel of a truck. You know, that's what I have to say about it. But like I said, if they ever jump my truck back down to 62 miles an hour, I'll turn the keys in and find somebody else to drive for. Same thing goes for the cameras. The cameras in the truck. I see guys riding down the road now with a driver camera looking at them 24 hours a day. I'm not running no truck with no camera. I don't have no problem with a camera facing the interstate to keep an eye on. If you have an accident or somebody, something bad happens, you got proof that it wasn't your fault. But there's no reason for a camera to be facing the driver. Either they trust you or they don't, Steve. If they don't trust me to drive their truck, then it's time for me to find another job. Not to talk on the cell phone, not to do what I'm not. I know I'm a grown man. I don't need nobody babysitting me, and that's basically what they're doing, is trying to babysit you in that with a camera facing you all day long. I guarantee you that guy you work for, people that told me, well, what's wrong with a camera? Ask that guy who you work for, ask him if he got a camera in his car when he go home at night. Ask that guy if he got a camera facing him when he driving home to his home at night. I bet you he don't. So if they don't want no camera in his car, he shouldn't want a camera in your truck. So if they feel that way, then like my mom told me, it's time to drive for somebody else. If they want to put a camera in my truck facing me, then I'll turn the keys in and I'll find somebody who don't have a camera in their truck. It's not that hard of a situation to figure out. Now, let's move on to this other situation, Steve. Back to Biden again, unfortunately. Okay, now, you say Biden say he don't want to talk at the Super Bowl. You and I both know why he's not talking at the Super Bowl. First, because he can't talk. Because his mind is gone, Steve. It's getting worse and worse. That dementia is stepping in. Joe Biden wasn't like this 3 years ago when he took the oath of office. His condition is slowly but surely deteriorating. I estimate on a 100% scale right now, Steve, I estimate Joe Biden might be running at about 25% right now, maybe 20 to 25% on a scale of 0 to 100. He's in the low 20s right now. This guy's running. He'll soon be in the 10%. And you know damn well that he's not going to go another 4 years from 24 to 28.
Right.
Anybody in their right mind, anybody who would say that Joe Biden got another 4 years in him is as dumb as I think they are. Like I told you in the first call, He's running out of gas, Steve. Now, here's how, with Biden, here's how it goes. Okay, now, you know, I told you this months ago and got a good laugh out of it. There will be no debate. Donald Trump said he wanted to debate Joe Biden. There's not going to be no debate with Joe Biden because Joe Biden can't debate because, see, they don't make a teleprompter big enough for that loser to read off of. He probably, and at this point now, see, he can't even read a teleprompter. That's how far down this man has gone. So there won't be no debates between Donald Trump. And besides that, Steve, Joe Biden has nothing to debate. His record speaks for itself. There is no record when it comes to Donald Trump, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to the border. You and I both know who win all three of those categories. So you know Joe Biden, like I told you, he better not dare step onto the stage with Donald Trump will wipe that guy, wipe him all the way across the floor and laugh all the way out the building. So Joe Biden, you better not even, you and your people better not ever think about stepping on the stage with Donald Trump because you and I both know what happened, my man. So Donald Trump, Steve, here's how much of a joke that Nikki Haley is. You went over this. Nikki Haley ought to be embarrassed. She ought to go ahead and jump out of the race now. She lost the election to herself. That's how embarrassing the situation is. And she, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, I was hoping she'd stay in the race in South Carolina. So she's completely embarrassed. That's one of the worst things you could have happen to you, Steve, is lose your own state. You gave the numbers a couple of hours ago about how good she's doing in South Carolina. It's not good at all. So after she gets up,
yeah, she's actually down, like, what was it, 37 points. 37 points down in her home state of South Carolina. So it's pretty abysmal. Hey, we'll return right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Sorry, Eagle, we lost our connection there. We've got you back, though. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, let me go ahead and finish up right quick, Steve, before you get to the bottom of the hour. Yeah, like I was saying about Nikki Haley, let me go over this one more time right quick. Nikki Haley, you said that she lost to her own self the other day, which is a complete and utter embarrassment for Nikki Haley. She's already been blown out in 2 states by Donald Trump in New Hampshire and Iowa. She should already be out of the race. There's no reason for Nikki Haley to continue her campaign. Even Ron DeSantis, the sanctimonious, even that guy realized that it was over, Steve, after Iowa, and he did the right thing and got out and put his endorsement with Donald Trump. Nikki Haley, she's controlled by the Democrats, just like you said and other people have said. She's not a Republican. She's nothing but a Democrat in disguise. That's where she's getting the money from. It's for she's just a distraction to keep people from voting for Donald Trump. But like I said before, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, go ahead and stay in the race, Nikki, into South Carolina. you gave the numbers tonight, Steve. Donald Trump has a 30-point lead. You know how embarrassing that is to lose in your own state. That's like Ohio State football team getting blown out in their own stadium by Michigan in football. You know how the big of a rivalry it is. That's basically what it's like. It's for Ohio State to lose to Michigan in their own damn stadium of 55-0.
Yep.
So that's basically what Nikki Haley. Go ahead and stay in the race, my friend, so you can get blown out and embarrassed in your own state of South Carolina. People in South Carolina hate Nikki Haley, Steve. Some of your callers live there. Plus, I have family members that live in South Carolina. Those people hate Nikki Haley. She's despised in her own state. She's going to get completely embarrassed in a couple of weeks in South Carolina. And hopefully she'll be smart enough to do the right thing after that in her campaign, Steve, and put an endorsement with Donald Trump. If she really a Republican, like she says she is, if she want to see this loser get Biden get the hell out of the White House, she'll go ahead and drop out of the race and tell all her people to support Donald Trump. But she won't do that. She'll continue on in the race because she's too stupid, because she's paid by the Democrats to be a distraction and to try to take votes away from Trump. She'll stay in until she run out of money, unfortunately, but she's still going to get blown out. So it don't matter, Nikki. You can stay in as long as you want. You're still going to get embarrassed, and you'll never have a chance to be Republican. All you can hope for is that they lock Donald Trump up, and that ain't going to happen either. Just in case you didn't know that, they're going to lock Trump up either. If they'd lock him up, they'd already locked him up. So she can continue on with it and embarrassing herself and spending all her damn money, and she's still going to come out on the losing end when it's all said and done, Steve. So like I said, Donald Trump, he's the nominee for the Republicans, whether she likes it or the Democrats or anybody else don't like it. Trump is going to be the man to represent the Republicans in November, whether they like it or not. So, like I said before, it just pisses me off that somebody like Nikki Haley is continuing on with this charade and still bad-mouthing Donald Trump. Donald Trump has beat her. He's ahead of her, Steve, and the guy hasn't even attended a debate yet. He hasn't stepped forward on none of them debates they had in the last year or so, and he's still kicking her butt. And she's still too stupid to realize that it's over for her and her deal. So everybody else realized it except for she's the last one standing. So like I said, you'll get yourself embarrassed, Nikki, and when it's all said and done, you still won't come out as the Republican nominee. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Right. When does the reality actually set in? Yeah, we thought. I mean, yeah, we knew what way Iowa was going to go. Her hope was New Hampshire, where she actually had Democrats coming out to help prop up her numbers. Yeah, polls said they were a dead heat, but she got smashed there, double digits. Obviously, the caucus today in Nevada, 26 delegates will be garnered by Donald Trump. The embarrassment of the primary on Tuesday there, though, where essentially, she wasn't the only one. Yeah, I think Mike Pence was actually still on the ballot because he was on the ballot before he had withdrawn from the race. And I think there was one other. But nonetheless, it was Nikki Haley or none of the above. And to lose by 60 points to none of the above, how embarrassing. Let's just drag it on to South Carolina. We'll lose by 37 points. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson acknowledged that Tuesday night's unsuccessful impeachment attempt of Alejandro Mayorkas was a mess, but he expressed readiness to try again.
We have a duty and a responsibility to take care of this issue. We have to hold the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security accountable.
A handful of Republicans diverged from party lines and opposed the impeachment of the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. 5 Marines are still missing following the discovery of a Marine helicopter that went missing in California. That helicopter, which was reported missing Tuesday night, was found in Pine Valley, just over 40 miles east of San Diego. Master P and Snoop Dogg are initiating legal action against 2 food retailers alleging they are preventing the sale of their cereals. They assert that Post and Walmart have collaborated to sabotage their agreement to distribute Snoop cereal and Mama Snoop. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'm going to tell y'all a story you ain't going to believe. It's about UFOs, big rigs, and barbecue. Well, I'm squishing armadillos out on Interstate 10.
For long-time listeners, you may remember there was a time that my dad played that song off and on. Guy by the name of Mojo Nixon. Does that ring a bell? Yeah, Mojo. We got to know Mojo personally because he worked at a radio station down the hall from us, the rock and roll station. That was UFOs, big rigs, and barbecue. But over the years, we'd wrap up the show at 5 a.m. Eastern time. And Mojo would be arriving, getting off the elevator about the time we're getting on to leave. And typically he looked like he'd literally just rolled out of bed. I mean, he looked like hell. But that was Mojo. He was a wild, crazy guy and passed away this past day. I had just come across that. Mojo Nixon, the unpredictable rock and roller. Most people would know him from the 1987 MTV novelty song, Elvis is Everywhere. According to a statement on his Facebook page, had a heart attack on a cruise ship, actually. He was on the Outlaw Country Cruise. He was performing. He had just performed the night before. From his Facebook page, how you live is how you should die. Mojo was full tilt, wide open, rock hard, root hog, corner on two wheels, on fire. All right, so yeah, Nixon had left on the Outlaw Country Cruise with his band, known as the Toad Lickers. They sailed out of Miami on Sunday. Other performers on the cruise include the likes of Steve Earle and Lucinda Williams. Of course, over the years, he did radio gigs. He did a recording for Sirius XM, Sessions at Sea, with the band 49 Winchester. Born in North Carolina, 1957, made his way to California in the early 80s. Produced 6 albums over the years, from 1985 to 1990. That's going back to the day, but yeah, Mojo Nixon. I had actually called him about a year and a half ago. I was kind of reminiscent about seeing him in the hallways, and I had pulled up that song, UFOs, Big Rigs, and Barbecue, and I just wanted to chat with him and see how things were going. Mojo was he was a big time lefty liberal, you know. So I don't know if he and I would have been able to have very cogent conversations on the program. He was definitely a never Trumper, if you know what I mean. But yeah, sad to hear that. Mojo Dixon just dropped dead of a heart attack. Scarecrow, good morning.
Well, I'm sure glad the signal came back. Of course, I've never tried talking in this zone here, Steve, but there was about 30 seconds there. For me, it sounded like you were underwater, and I didn't figure I was going to be able to make the connection, but she cleared up on us here. And I've been dwelling on that top of the hour news report there, that Coke Spice.
Yeah,
man, I think I hear Jack and Coke Spice calling me. It just might be worth a shot there anyway. Anyway, Steve, I have been granted a reprieve. Not to say all complete charges have been dismissed, but no. I was scheduled 2 weeks from this very moment to be going into one of those medical facilities where they send one of those deep space probes up the Spectre there and take some of those amazing photos there. Well, the passing of my bride's stepdad here a couple of days back has altered all that, as they decided that's going to be the funeral day, so... But not to say that I won't be facing the music down the road. I'll man up, and we've had it, I guess, twice before, so it's nothing new. And so no, it's not on my bucket list anymore. And I guess it serves a purpose there, Steve. If anything is found, I guess it's good for all involved there. So.
Right.
So either way, 2 weeks from today, instead of having endured that jug of that crap you have to consume the night before, I'll be taking in the activities of the day, and then as the military service. So we'll be at the local VFW/Legion. And for lunch, and there'll no doubt be a cocktail or two in his honor. So yeah, there is that. Last night, Steve, I think this is where I got this. Did you touch on GM going to have a recall on the Chevy, the pickup heavy duties for that tailgate issue? Did you bring that up?
That was not me. I think it may have been on the news or something. I remembered hearing that, but I didn't bring it up specifically.
Oh, okay. Either way, yeah, I did a search on it quick when I got home then, and yeah, it affects that the new ride that I got last spring way. And at that time, Steve, I do remember sharing with you and the audience the technology and electronics in these new vehicles today that they're just begging for problems.
Mm-hmm.
And the issue with this tailgate is this is with the power tailgate, remote controlled.
Yep.
And it gets wet inside and shorts out, and apparently the tailgate will open up going down the road. Now, I can somewhat see this happening because in early December, I had some long material in the back of the truck, the tailgate open. Well, that's the very moment when I dislocated my shoulder, so that material sat, in the truck with the tailgate down for several days, if not a couple of weeks. So it got rained on and maybe a little snow on it. But regardless, once I got that material out and closed that gate, there was water that dripped from the tailgate onto the bumper for several days after that. Just an occasional drip, but that's to say moisture had got in there from that tailgate being down. And I think what the issue is, there's an access plate over the area where the electric motor would be. And now for myself, I have a tonneau cover, so I'm not going to be getting all that much moisture in. But, if one does not have a covered bed, if it's raining or such, that water's going to be beating against that tailgate. I can see water getting in there. So that, we're blessed with technology that, can bite us in the ass. But it was one of those things that came with a package. I would never have ordered it. It's maybe cool when you first see it, but no, it's like so many other options on vehicles today where it runs the price of the vehicle up, and that's the only purpose it serves. Now, the technology thing, I want to bring that forward to, we haven't had to talk about autonomous vehicles for a little while now. We've had the speed limiter thing has been occupying most of the airwaves, but in the last couple, it was over about a week and a half, Steve, twice now. Now we know what these collision avoidance radar systems do on these trucks, and how they'll jam on the brakes for a billboard or a bridge or anything else. Twice now, Steve, while passing another vehicle, he's running maybe 62, I'm running 65. Halfway past him, boom, the thing slammed on its brakes. And he had not drifted out of his lane. I had not drifted out of my lane. And had I not been able to slam on the accelerator to override that system, who knows what may have happened, because I know there was another faster rig behind me.
Right.
But for this to happen twice, now I'm sure this type of system would be on any of those autonomous vehicles that may bless us down the road, which has me wondering, okay, when one of those come up on even a slower vehicle, are they going to be capable of going around on their own, or does that become a circus parade, and as more autonomous vehicles catch up, does it just get drawn out more and more and more? Or in the case of like I say, what has happened to me again now, what's to keep that system from slamming the brake on and even if there's an operator in there, he's not hanging on to the steering wheel, or he may even be sitting back in the bunk or whatever, So here again, the whole technology thing, that the industry is not ready for it, as far as I'm concerned. So that's all I really got for you right now. So you move it on. We're gonna get out of here and get ready for tomorrow, man.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Scarecrow. Big wheels rolling, right? Moving on. And we'll get back to the calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right. Hello to Woodpecker. Hope you're doing well out there. Looks like the wife tells me you guys had to take a pause on the cruise. I know Deborah was looking forward to that. Hope everything's okay out there. But Woodpecker sent me a link. And I'm kind of curious. Pappy, if you're still with us this morning, I know you're familiar with Sheriff Jones, Richard Jones. We reside in Hamilton County, Ohio. That's southwest, including Cincinnati. Just to the north of us is Butler County. And Richard Jones, pretty notorious. He don't mess around. He's that kind of sheriff. But Woodpecker shared me a little blurb from one of the local FM radio stations there, which is an ominous warning from Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones, whose district includes College Corner, Ohio, and Oxford, Ohio. That's Oxford, where the Miami University, Miami of Ohio College is located. Jones just returned from a national sheriff's conference in Washington, D.C., and said a terrorist attack on the United States is coming. I want to tell you, it's going to happen here, Jones says. He cited the fact the record number of people of all nationalities pouring across this country's southern border. Jones said that the FBI's director indicated, which we touched on, Chinese hackers are prepared to wreak havoc on American infrastructure. You're a fool if you don't listen to the chatter. The federal government says they're here, and it's coming. Upon his return, Jones immediately equipped all deputies with AR-15s and is expanding citizen patrols. I guess they're in Butler County, but I don't know. Just he was there in D.C. for the conference, and I'm sure the sheriffs from all over the country were discussing what's going on with this open border situation. And we know, and then, of course, yesterday they come out and say the Chinese They've been in pretty much all of our infrastructure. They've been embedded for 5 years, and we didn't even know they were there. Well, I guess we knew they were looking to be there, but I think they're way ahead of us on this particular scenario. Knucklebuster, hey there.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I don't know what Eagle was talking about. When I'm running that Vegas run, I get 800 miles a day for 4 days. I go all the way out there, drop hook, turn around, come back. That's just driving the speed limit too. So, Secretary Booty Hole, he's too busy playing mommy. He's a woman in that relationship. God, that makes me sick still. Anyway, I want to clarify on my voting there. But I do go vote. If you want my vote, I'll mark it. But if you don't, I'll mark that one down there for a write-in and put none of the above up there, right? And Tennessee, she's fixing to get a camera on her seat. Well, she works from the house, but the office is back there in the bedroom, so I won't be able to sleep at the house there, or I'll have to go upstairs one. So, but anyway, I don't know. You know, everybody wants it, cameras on everything to cover their butt there. I got one in the truck. It faces in and out. What you gonna do? He owns the truck. I don't. So, and you know, I've showed you a couple of the wreck that I had that one time, and then that guy getting run over down there in Florida. You know, he was out walking in the middle of the road in the middle of the night. Now that's a real dumbass there to me, anyway. So,
right.
Well, you know, it's almost Miller time, Steve. It's time to kick them feet up and get one of them skull busters there. So, well, they might be too early to start drinking this early in the morning there. So, anyway, have yourself a good morning. You've had a great show. I enjoyed talking to you. And we'll see what happens. All I can tell people is you better be prepared for the worst too, right?
Don't ignore the chatter. Don't ignore the warnings. I mean, that's what, man, Pappy's been beating that into our heads for years. But is that Vic talking about the Chinese, oddly enough?
Right. Well, the Chinese sympathizers in the United States, and real quick, like, I think part of that program is Nikki Haley and the businessmen that have been supporting in the United States that have been supporting China, and kind of having a working knowledge of those people, I will say. Their plan is to keep her in there. She's been promised something. I don't know what, a job or whatever. It will probably knock the eyeballs out of you, what she will wind up getting paid at the end of the day. And whenever she can't knock Trump out of the primary, I don't know what they have following on, but they have something following on for the general election. So you can pretty well take that to the bank. Unless these people somehow, some way, or something happens and they're kicking out. And I suspect the way things are going right now around the world in favor of the Chinese, they have a attack plan for the United States, probably have several of them, but it won't be anything really overt or bold or anything. It will be, like you were saying, more along the line of surreptitiously things, interrupting anything they can in the United States to make it really operate smoothly. But and that's kind of what was leading me there to the Panama Canal. I'd heard heat wave earlier, and the reason I was surprised, I knew they had the big lake in the middle of the Panama Canal, but Panama is having a problem right now because of the drought. There are people there that they also depend on that fresh water supply for their drinking water, and they're having problems with that. And Panama is doing all kinds of things to figure out how they can still get revenue from those ships, because that has knocked their ship down, their money now coming into them for government services. So it is causing them problems. And of course, the Chinese actually operate the Panama Canal, but there are other places where they are looking to cross over from the Pacific to the Atlantic, or vice versa, actually coming out of the Red Sea from the Atlantic to the Pacific. But anyway, they're actually going up into the lithium area, Bolivia and all that. And China's pretty well locked up the lithium supplies, and they don't have good roads up there. And they're talking about building good roads to transport all the lithium to the seaports. And then they said, well, why don't we just build a highway, from one ocean to the other? And that kind of has Panama off base. But the reason I bring all that up, the activity that we're having right here in North America and South America from the Chinese, and we have all the business types and a lot of the political types cheering them on, and then we turn around and tell Netanyahu, well, you basically have to surrender to the Hamas, although you've almost beaten them. And if the people in Washington, D.C. and these other people would shut up and quit making it harder for Netanyahu, then he would probably wrap them up a whole lot quicker, because I don't know if you've seen where Biden was going to prosecute any American citizens or whatever that were over there fighting on behalf of Israel. There were a lot of Israeli Defense Force reservists that are dual citizens that were here in the United States.
Yep.
So that means he would be prosecuting, Israeli soldiers. And everything he is doing, he's saying, well, you need to cease fire and then release hostages. And Netanyahu said, no, you need to release hostages, and then we'll talk about a ceasefire and negotiation. And, the communists have been using that particular tactic forever. They did it big time in South America. You probably aren't old enough to remember when the various communist rebels in the South American countries were capturing these businessmen and everything and holding them hostages. I don't know if you remember all that or not, but that was their big source of revenue. The rebels would constantly, if you were a business person and you were in South America, you were pretty much taking your life in your own hand. And it seems
a lot of that still happens today. In the likes of Mexico and elsewhere in Central America. But all right, hey, we're out of time though. Vic, hey, great to hear from you. Thanks for being with us. We'll close things out on a Thursday morning. Looky there, Friday is just ahead. Hope you can join us at the midnight hour tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the one ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream